The video's gonna be first. Photos. Actually.
Okay. You can, do you think you're directly taken? At least till the moment. Great. I have major technical difficulty this morning and I was hoping for the morning break.
Oh, to the break.
To the break. Okay, to see where my stuff is at.
Yeah, I don't use that. Lunch. But we'll get through these two.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. I just needed that.
No, you're good. I definitely not finish this till at 5.
By the break, okay. Oh, I forgot.
Thank you. Go ahead and be seated. Hi, Claudia.
They agree.
I don't think procedurally that's what they do. I think they just stay.
Okay.
Because you admitted them and you talked about them. So I think it's weird to take them out. We're not going to do anything with them, but they just think that we went with this. It's fine. That's what my thought was, is it, which is weird. Because we talked about it. They go back there, but I also think. Well, I feel wrong. If that makes sense to you, like honestly, I think big picture wise.
I think you're right.
Right? Okay. Yeah, absolutely.
Morning.
I don't have. I can just have a no.
What?
Yeah. I just.
Good to go.
Yeah.
All right, good morning. We're on the record, reflect that all the parties are present. Mr. Alissa is present, jury is not present. In terms of the request on behalf of Mr. Alissa to have the entire sanity evaluation, including the competency piece, be allowed to be introduced into evidence, I'm going to deny that request. Noting first off that, as pointed out by Ms. Harold, part of this sanity evaluation does require a competency evaluation, and that in and of itself cannot open the door to discussions about competency evaluations. I don't believe that was contemplated because it would happen in every sanity evaluation. Ms. Harold did note that at the beginning of the February 6th evaluation, Mr. Alissa asked how long it was going to take, and the response by the doctor was that these interviews tend to run longer than competency. That, I think, in and of itself is rather benign. However, in going through the rest of the quotations that were provided by Ms. Harold, I do agree with Mr. Kuffner that taking out the word competency and just leaving the word evaluation or confusion about evaluations and or even the better word I believe to use is interviews. At one point, I believe one of the doctors even says this interview is different than other competency interviews. By inserting just the word different interviews, confusion around purpose of this interview versus other interviews will accomplish the piece of showing the confusion on the part of the defendant that may arguably reflect negative symptoms or disorganized thinking or some lapse in his executive functioning attributable to his schizophrenia can easily be accomplished, again, without mentioning the word competency. By inserting competency, I do find that the probative value of that is outweighed by the prejudicial value and confusion that may result with the jury. So for that reason, the request is denied. However, you can use the term other evaluations, confusion around other evaluations, interviews, et cetera, and limit it to that. Any questions about the ruling?
No, Your Honor. I did want to just let the court know that Mr. Kuffner and I spoke about the admissibility of the video in its entirety. And the parties have agreed that the video is admissible, noting the redactions that the court just mentioned had to be made. So I did have videos made with the redactions of the competency stuff that I previously provided to Mr. Kuffner. But as far as admissibility, when we talk about this, we're going to be a little laxed. We just agree the sanity eval comes in. Both parties can play whatever clips they want from that, just so the court has understanding of what both parties are doing in regards to that.
All right. And I didn't mean to like listen in, but I did hear was there discussion about the photos that we were going to remove?
Yes.
You want to put that on the record?
Absolutely. I think because the photos were introduced and Mr. Doherty spoke about them, that we just leave them in. I think taking them out to me just seems odd because they were introduced, and then anything that wasn't ultimately admitted, of course, doesn't go back to the jury. If I'm understanding what the court was asking us to do.
If I'm understanding you. The photos of the physical evidence that that was not admitted will go back to the jury or will not go back?
Well, I think ultimately where we came to is I didn't object to the photos coming in. I only objected to the physical items coming in. Appreciating that the court's ruling regarding the physical items would have prevented the photos from coming in. That's not procedurally how it happened. Procedurally, the photos were admitted. They were discussed in front of the jury. And so I'm not asking the court to remove those at this juncture. I think because they were admitted and discussed and I didn't object to the photos themselves. And Frank, that's on me if I thought that was an issue. I appreciate the court and the DA being willing to remove those, but I don't think procedurally that's how it needs to be. I don't think it's a big deal if the court and Mr. Doherty think we should remove them. I'm okay with that. I think in the accumulation of the evidence we have,
Okay.
this is such a small piece that that's where I'm ultimately coming down on my decision.
I hear you, Mr. Doherty.
Your Honor, I think that's the cleaner and procedurally appropriate way to do it. I would also note, just to add to what Ms. Harold's already said, I agree with what she summarized there. The only other point I would add for the record is that those photos that are in evidence are not obviously significant pieces of evidence against the defendant. I don't anticipate us closing on them or emphasizing them any further. And I do think, in light of what counsel's highlighted, that they should just remain in evidence since they were already admitted and the physical items were.
Okay, we'll do that. Thank you. We'll have the.
Oh,
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Just one other thing, Your Honor. Wendy Kane is going to be the people's first witness. She's going to be shown, and we're going to seek to admit an exhibit through her body-worn camera video from when the defendant was at the hospital. The parties have agreed that based on the court's prior ruling, that the video should be muted. And I'll highlight that from Ms. Kane's testimony that we're playing it muted. And again, both parties have agreed on this. I just didn't want the court to be surprised as we start to play it, that it's being played muted for the jury. And I would just ask us to keep exhibit 314 separate. And if we play it, if the jury asks to see it again, we'd have to play it muted again.
Okay, understood. Thank you. Yes, sir.
And that's just, and I agree with Mr. Doherty. My understanding is the jury's going to hear it muted. That's the copy that they're going to receive as well. So as long as, what's being played is what they're receiving, I agree that that's the proper way to go about this.
Okay, thank you. Why bring them in? Thanks. Last. All right, please be seated. Good morning, everyone. Mr. Dougherty.
Morning, Your Honor. Thank you. The people call Wendy Kane to the stand.
Good morning. Just go to your left there and weave your way towards that black chair. All right, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that any testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Good morning.
Morning.
Once you're settled, can you please tell us your full name and spell your last name for the record?
Wendy Kane, Kane.
How are you employed?
I work for the city of Boulder at the police department.
What is your role at the Boulder Police Department?
I'm a criminalist.
What does that mean?
I go out to major crime scenes, collect evidence, identify evidence, and then I bring it back to our police department and analyze it in our laboratory.
Can you please walk the jury through your relevant experience and background in becoming a criminalist?
Sure. I was a police officer for around 10 years at other police departments. And then I worked at CBI analyzing fingerprints for about a year. And I was a death investigator at the Boulder County Coroner's Office for around 6 years. And then I got this job at Boulder PD.
Couple of follow-up questions for you. You mentioned CBI. Is that the Colorado Bureau of Investigation?
Yes.
And death investigations for the coroner's office?
Yes.
What do you mean by that?
I went out to death scenes for the coroner's office to do the investigation on the scene.
And when did you become a criminalist with the Boulder Police Department?
In 2017. I'm sorry, in 2019.
Can you give the jury a sense of what a criminalist does, please?
Yes, I typically go out to mostly major crime scenes. So death scenes, burglaries, robberies. And I am the person who takes the photographs, marks the evidence, looks for evidence in places that other people maybe didn't see. And then we collect the evidence. I also go to autopsies typically and collect evidence at autopsies. And then from there, I take what we need back to the police department. And if there is any analyzing to be done, I do that.
So let's use a scenario just to get the jury familiar with what you do. at an actual crime scene for a major case. Let's use a living room where a stabbing murder has taken place. What's your role in responding to a scene of that nature?
Sure. So what I usually do is I get an overview of whatever the scene is from an officer. That officer tells me the evidence that he or she has seen, and I start looking around the area for any evidence that they have not identified, but also the evidence they do identify to make sure that I also agree that it is evidence. So I'm looking in places that they don't typically look because that's not their job. So I'm looking up, I'm looking in all different directions and under things where they haven't already looked. And then I'm thinking about what I need to mark on scene. So I use the placards that you see on television. We just use placards to show what evidence we have found so far. That doesn't mean that I don't do that many times. I mark it one time, go through, start my photos. And actually, I take photos first before I put the markers down. And then I take photos again after I put the markers down. And then following that, I do what is called a Faro scan, which is a 3D scan of, say, that living room. Following that, I take photos again, and then we go through the scene with another set of eyes, whether it's another criminalist or other officers that have not been on the scene, just to make sure we haven't missed anything. And typically at that point, we call the coroner. And after that, then we collect the evidence.
What if someone were arrested in the living room murder hypothetical? What involvement would you have with that as a criminalist?
Typically, the people that maybe were suspects in something like that would go back to our police department, and I would go, probably prior to going to the scene, I would go and do a suspect processing on that person after we had a warrant for that person.
So let's break down a little bit. First, what do you mean by having a warrant before you do the suspect processing?
So usually we get a warrant to do a processing of our suspects so that we can get things from them that a judge has agreed that we need. A judge will sign a warrant that says that what we want to collect is in fact valid, and then they sign that warrant so that we can collect those things.
And what would that include generally?
Typically, it includes if it were something that involved a weapon, possibly a gunshot residue kit. It would include scrapings of their fingernails, swabs of their hands and face, possibly, and then it would also include a buccal swab.
Were you working on March 22nd of 2021?
It was my day off, but I got called in.
And you got called in response to the mass shooting at King Soopers?
Yes.
Did you go to King Soopers?
Not right away. I went to the police department first.
Approximately what time did you arrive at King Soopers, assuming you went there?
Oh, I don't recall.
Would it be later in the afternoon?
Yes.
And were you part of a small group that went into the store to assess the scene at around 6:21 p.m. on March 22nd?
Yes.
And were members of the FBI evidence response team there as well?
Yes.
And did you have a chance to observe the store and look at the evidence within the store?
Yes.
And the jury's already heard from the FBI evidence response team, so I'm just going to move us through this pretty quickly.
Okay.
But after you went through the entire store, were you then informed that a decision had been made that the FBI would process the entire scene?
Yes.
Did you later that day go to a hospital at around 11:40 in the evening?
Yes.
What was the reason you went to the hospital that night?
The sergeant that was on duty at the time asked me to go to the hospital to collect everything that was on the warrant for the suspect.
And when you arrived at the hospital that night, what happened?
I was told by the officers that were there that they were going to allow him to get some rest, and that I should not be collecting that tonight, and unless it was of urgency, which it was not. So I was going to go back the next day.
And did you go back to the hospital, around 9:13 in the morning on March 23rd, 2021?
Yes.
Okay. And that was to follow up on what you just touched on?
Yes.
Where was the suspect located in the hospital when you arrived?
He was in the ICU.
And do you see that individual in court today?
Yes.
Can you please point to him identifying an article of clothing he's wearing for the record?
He's over at that table over there in a white shirt.
Your Honor, subject to cross-examination indicating the defendant.
Yes.
What room was he in?
I've forgotten.
Okay, he was in ICU.
Yes.
Okay. And at some point, did you end up going into the hospital room where the defendant was located?
Yes.
Okay. Who else was there when you went in?
There were several officers in there. The officers that I walked up with were Sergeant Gallerani and Officer Austin.
And are you aware that Officer Austin had his body-worn camera recording during this entire sequence of events?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach with what's been marked as 314 for identification, please?
Yes, sir.
Recognize 314 for identification.
Yes.
What is that?
It is a DVD.
And what's contained on the DVD?
It is the suspect processing at the hospital.
And how do you know that's the same recording that's on that disc?
I signed it.
And did you also date it as well?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, people move to admit 314 into evidence, please.
No objection.
It's admitted.
And are you aware that both sides have agreed that the video will be played muted for the
Yeah.
jury?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to start the video, and as we're going through the video, since it is muted, I'm going to ask you questions as we go through, okay?
Okay.
Your Honor, may I publish this for the jury?
Yes, sir.
Since the first time the jury's seeing this video, can you just get us oriented to where we're located here at this point in time and who is in the picture?
This is outside of the suspect's room in the hallway. I am discussing with the nurse, can she unwrap his leg wound so that we can photo it? That is part of the warrant that we have asked for, that the judge has signed. We are getting clear with her what we want to do so that she understands how we're going to proceed. And also talking to the officers about what we're going to need to do.
And are members of the FBI also present?
Yes.
And do you see someone wearing an FBI jacket?
Yes, I was just talking to him.
Okay. And which person are you in the frame here?
I am the person in the blue with a braid in the back of my hair.
And what are you preparing to do here?
We're preparing to go into the suspect's room and let him know that we are there to take care of the warrant that the judge has signed and explain to him what we are there for. So at this point, I am telling him why we are there and that I have a warrant to collect these things and what I will be collecting.
And this was a search warrant that had been approved by the court for some of the things you've touched on,
Yes,
including fingernail scrapings, swabs, gunshot residue kit, any evidentiary personal items, and photographs of the defendant.
yes,
And as part of your standard procedure, do you read that list to this defendant at this point?
I did.
And you mentioned you were going to take photographs of the defendant's injury if possible. What's the reason you do that?
So that we can prove that it's there, but also to prove that he has no other injuries, or if he does have injuries, what he has.
And to be clear, this is later in the day, but it's on March 23rd, 2021.
Correct.
And he's in a hospital room at this point.
Yes. And at this point, I've asked him to sit up because it's going to be easier to collect those swabs, which he does. And he moves to move the bed up for himself.
Is the defendant handcuffed to the bed at this point in time?
He's handcuffed on his left side. The other side, there is a handcuff there, but he is uncuffed on his right side.
And is that standard protocol for an individual in custody to be handcuffed to the bed?
I don't know that for sure. That is what I have seen in other cases that I have been at the hospital.
What's happening here?
So the nurse is unwrapping his leg wound on his right leg, I believe, and she is asking me to hold up his leg for him so that she can undo that without him having to use those muscles that probably are sore. And so I'm holding up his leg so that we can get a photo on both sides of the wound itself. I'm grabbing a scale so that we can show the size of the wound.
What do you mean by that?
I'm just holding the scale up above his skin so that when she takes the photo, we can get the scale of the actual wound.
And the defendant had moved the bed when you asked him to sit further up.
Yes.
The person standing on the left-hand side of our screen, is that a member of the FBI team?
It is.
What are you doing at this point in the video?
At this point, I'm getting some swabs and the rest of the kit that we are going to use to process the GSR kit and all the swabs ready while she is taking some of the photos of him. And she's just confirming with me which photos I want right now. And then we are going to do each of those steps that we need to do to collect the GSR kit, to collect the swabs and those things. So I am writing on all of that packaging while she's taking these photographs.
What's the purpose of the swabs?
The swabs are to collect any residual, whether it's gunpowder or blood on his hands, sometimes on the face. That's what they're typically for.
And you've done this in other major cases?
Yes.
Approximately how many major cases have you worked?
Around 150.
And the person standing behind the photographer is a nurse or a member of the medical staff?
She is. So at this point, we're taking photos of his hands. That's what we do with all even witnesses. We take photos of hands, both sides, to see if there are any injuries, just to photograph the hands as they are.
And that's something you do in every major case?
Yes.
And was the defendant asked to put his right hand out?
Yes.
And what did he do?
Objection, best evidence. The video speaks for itself.
Overruled.
What did he do, Ms. Kane?
He moved his hands as best he could. He did look down at the cuffed hand and indicate I have a cuff on.
So for the right hand, which is uncuffed, we see him putting that out upon request.
Yes, and when she asks him to move it from side to side, he moves it.
And all the photographs that we're seeing being taken here are then collected, processed, and provided to the prosecution and the defense?
Correct. So at this point, the nurse suggests that she rewrap the leg before we recover it. So I'm again asked to hold his leg so that she can do that as swiftly as possible.
What's happening at this point?
So here, the other criminalist is trying to get a better photo of his hand. And he is showing that he, can use some divided attention skills here by she's trying to photograph, but we're also trying to move his leg. She just didn't get a really good photograph of the inside of his hand. So she is taking better photographs.
And these things are happening at the same time.
Yes.
And here you, in this part, this is where you're holding up the leg as you described.
Yes. And I'm also asking the other criminalist to continue taking pictures that maybe she didn't get, or making sure that she got the pictures that we needed. Here she's trying to get photos of his face, but we have originally, or we eventually asked him to stand up to get better photos of his face.
I'm gonna, while we're doing this, and since it's muted, I'm gonna ask to approach and show you 315 through 317 for identification. May I approach, Ron?
Yes, sir.
What are 315 through 317 for that?
They are photos of the defendant, both in the bed, standing up, and a very closer up photo of his face when he's standing up.
And do those photos fairly and accurately depict how he looked in this hospital room in the afternoon of March 23rd, 2021?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, people move 315 through 317 into evidence.
No objection.
Admitted.
What are you doing here?
Here you can see me dabbing on his hand. That is part of the gunshot residue kit. You do little dabs on each hand and then typically on the face.
And when you asked the defendant to lift his hand for that purpose, did he do so?
Yes, and then at parts, I tried to hold it so that he wasn't having to do that either. So I was trying to do as much as I could for him because he's never had this done before.
And what do we see happening here?
Here's where I'm doing the dabbing of the face. That is also to collect gunshot residue.
And did you explain to the defendant what you were about to do before you started dabbing his face?
Yes.
And what is the jury about to see happen here?
I believe I'm just going to do his other hand with the gunshot residue kit on his other hand. And again, I'm just dabbing on both sides of his hand to collect the gunshot residue.
And we see most people, if not every, most of the law enforcement and the nurse wearing masks. Is this going on during the pandemic and that's the reason for the mask?
Yes.
What are you doing now?
I am preparing a swab to collect swabs from his hands.
What do you see the defendant doing?
He's looking at his hands, which he did after I did the gunshot residue kit as well. And here I'm just putting a little bit of water onto the swabs to use for collection on his hands so that it better collects anything that's on his hands, any evidence that's on his hands. We just put a little sterile water on the swabs.
And just to be clear, the time we see there, the 16:01 That's UTC time. You were actually there earlier in the day.
Yes, it was in the morning.
And is it accurate to say this is happening around 9:30 in the morning
Yes,
on March 23rd?
yes.
Following this processing, what's going to be done with the defendant?
He will be placed into custody and taken to jail.
So he's going to be treated and released from the hospital?
Yes,
And the swabs that you collect, were those ultimately sent to the Colorado Bureau of Investigation?
yes.
What are you doing here?
Here we are taking nail scrapings to collect any evidence that wasn't collected by the swabbing itself. The this is more of a scraping around your cuticles and just around any place that might collect something that we didn't already collect with those swabs. And the other criminalist is holding a piece of paper down below where I'm scraping so that it falls onto that piece of paper.
And this is what you would do in any major case after you had a search warrant approved by a court.
Yes.
And as we're watching this, I'm going to ask you a few follow-up questions,
Sure.
okay? During this entire processing, at any point, did the defendant start to speak to people who were not in the room?
Objection, Judge. You may reapproach.
Yes, sir. Overruled.
So the question is, at any point during this entire processing, the defendant start to speak to people who were not in the room?
No, he did not.
Did he start yelling at any point?
No,
Did you see him fixating on innocuous objects at all?
no, he was focused on what we were doing.
At any point, did he start to talk to himself?
No,
At any point, the defendant asked you or the other members of law enforcement who were present who you were and why you were there?
no,
Did he follow directions throughout this entire process?
he did.
So for example, you mentioned in a little while, we're going to see him stand up for photos. Did he comply with those directions?
He did.
When he's asked to place his hands in certain places, did he do that without delay?
Yes.
When the photos are taken after he stands up, is he asked to turn in different directions?
He is, and he's given directions by two different people. And he follows both of those people. Here I'm telling Officer Austin that we are done with the things that we need to collect with him, other than the photos that we would like to collect. I indicate to Officer Austin that we need him to stand up. And I especially indicate that we definitely need to get his back. The other criminalist says that she would prefer to get all sides of him once he's standing up.
What's the reason you wanted to photograph the defendant's back?
That is just part of our process every single time we have a suspect.
So nothing special about this particular case. You just take photographs from each side.
Right.
But you're referencing that you need to get photographs of the back to go through your standard protocol and process.
Correct.
What is the conversation about between the nurse and others in the room at this point? Not including the defendant, but what's the conversation at this?
She is indicating to them that she thinks the best way to get him off the bed with the least amount of problem would be to get him off to the right, the side that he's uncuffed already, based on her best observations.
So what do we see happening here?
So here, this is Sergeant Gallerani on his left, on the suspect's left hand, unhooking the handcuffs from the bed. On this side, you're seeing Officer Austin telling the suspect that we're going to be getting off on my side of the bed towards me. And the nurse is kind of arranging things down at the end of the bed at this point.
And without getting into the substance at all, is the nurse also talking about clothing
Not at this point.
in the moments ahead of this?
She's telling him that the scrubs that he has, or the gown that he has on, it will cover his back.
What's happening here?
The officers are trying to help him sit up so he can get out of bed.
What are you preparing to do, Ms. Kane?
I am trying to make sure that I'm going to get the officers all of the paperwork that the defendant is supposed to get to go with him. So I'm organizing all of that. And then I'm also making sure that our other criminalist is going to get the shots that she needs from the defendant.
And when you say the paperwork that goes with the defendant, are you required by law and by protocol to provide the defendant with a copy of the search warrant and the inventory from the search warrant?
Yes,
And is that what you do in every major case?
yes.
What are we seeing here?
They're asking him to get over to, we've decided that against this wall would be best so that she can take the pictures of his back and the other sides of him.
And again, these are major case photos that you take in every major case.
Yes.
And what's the purpose of taking these kinds of photographs?
Just so that you can see all sides of the person involved in those photos, and any injuries that could be present, or that someone might say that they had at that time. We have photos of those things. And in other cases, if they have tattoos or scars, identifying marks.
And again, are we seeing the defendant following the directions being given to him by the other criminalists in terms of which way to turn and where to stand?
Yes, and in this instance, an officer told him to turn when he wasn't supposed to. He did that anyway, and then she asked him to turn back. Because she hadn't finished all of her photos.
What's happening next?
The officer asked if the nurse could help with his gown so that it was completely covering him before they are going to walk him out.
And at this point, has he been treated and he's now being released from the hospital?
Correct.
And where is he going to be taken from here?
He's going to jail.
And while walking down the hallway, is it determined that if the defendant has leg pain, that he should be offered or placed in a wheelchair?
Yes, and Sergeant Gallerani, who is holding on to the defendant, is saying, we'll get you a wheelchair. And he tells the hospital security officer that they need a wheelchair for him.
What do we see the defendant doing there?
So he's getting into the wheelchair, but having some difficulty because of the pain in his leg. And so the nurse is helping him get his foot up onto the foot rest. At this point, we're noticing that underneath his hospital band, he has his own personal bracelet on, and we're advising that we need to take that.
And is it ultimately decided to take that at the jail as opposed to going through this process again at the hospital?
We actually were going to take it at the hospital, but it looked like it was causing too much pain. So we did eventually decide that Officer Austin would take it at the jail, and he would give him another return of inventory for that item of property.
Moving us forward, were you also involved in the days that followed in photographing and packaging the property of the victims following
Yes.
the mass murder?
Yes.
How did that work?
Over at the autopsy suite, the people involved were from Longmont. They're basically our cohorts. They're CSIs from Longmont. They were involved with the autopsies themselves and collecting the items of evidence at autopsy. Once they were done collecting those items, each time they would call me. I would drive over to the autopsy suite and pick up those items that were collected by them, bring them back to our police department and photograph those and note any defects in the clothing and take exhibit photos of each of those pieces of clothing.
So 2 follow-up questions for you. First, I'm not going to ask you to go through the 10 victims, but when you say items of property, you're talking about things that they had on their person,
Yes,
keys, jewelry, wallet, whatever they had when they were killed.
yes, whatever they were wearing and anything that they were carrying with them.
And then you were looking for defects in the clothing. And again, I'm not going to ask you to go through all 10, but did you see defects in the victim's clothing generally?
Yes,
And how would you describe that?
I would say that it's more than I've ever seen. And
Objection, 403, non-responsive.
Let me ask it a different way.
Move to strike.
Did you see,
That answer will be stricken, you're not to consider.
let me ask it a different way.
okay,
Did you see bullet holes in the clothing belonging to each of the 10 victims who were killed?
I believe so, yes.
Your Honor, I have nothing further from Ms. Kane. Thank you very much.
Mr. Dunn?
Judge, no cross-examination.
All right, Officer King or Criminalist King, you are excused. You're also released from the subpoena.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the people would recall Sarah Cantu to the stand.
You want to collect those exhibits?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
You know, I think I'll swear you in. It's been a bit. You solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that any testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Investigator Cantu.
Good morning.
Your third and I believe final time on the stand.
Yes.
First, I'm going to take you through a couple of distinct areas this morning. You're not going to be on the stand for that long, just following up on a few things that we have heard or need to address from the trial, okay?
Okay.
So first, Exhibit 100 was introduced and admitted into evidence, but not played for the jury.
Okay.
So I'm going to ask you just to walk us through what we see in Exhibit 100, please. May I publish on?
Yes, sir.
So this is one of those spherical photographs of the vestibule on the east side of the store. Right now, we're looking into the store from the vestibule. The east entrance is on the left, and we're turning to the right where the west entrance is. We're zooming in to the store, and now we're looking up at glass that is broken. This is the west entrance to that vestibule. And now we're swinging around towards the north. There's keys on the floor. Trelana Barkoviak's vehicles in the background there.
That was after his move by law enforcement?
Correct. Now we're zooming in on impacts in the glass, bullet impacts in the glass.
Okay, thank you. Switching gears here, earlier in the trial, you talked with the jury about your work to develop a timeline of many of the defendant's purchases, searches, and actions from January 1st, 2021 through March 21st, 2021, and I want to go back to that if we can.
Okay.
As part of the investigation, were search warrants sought, authorized, and issued to follow up on different purchases the defendant had made?
Yes,
And did that include Amazon purchases?
it did.
And what'd you learn from Amazon that the defendant purchased on January 28th, 2021?
There were several purchases from Amazon on the 28th, I believe.
And if I provide you with the timeline, would that refresh your recollection?
It would, yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
January 28th, if you could take a look and tell us, that refreshes your recollection as to what the defendant purchased using Amazon to do so.
It does, yes.
And what did he purchase on that date?
He purchased acetone and hydrochloric acid.
What else did the defendant purchase from Amazon based on your investigation?
He purchased a rifle bag, ear protection, rifle sling, a monstrum scope, and tactical vest.
Did he also purchase a gun holster?
He did, yes.
And are each one of these purchases documented in the timeline you have there, including the dates for each one?
Yes.
So, for example, the rifle bag and reusable earplugs purchased on February 18th, 2021.
That's correct.
The sling for the weapon purchased on February 20th, 2021.
Correct.
Gun holster on February 22nd, 2021.
Correct.
The monstrum scope and the high-profile scope ring, February 25th, 2021.
Correct.
And then the Monstrum offset ring scope mount purchased through Amazon, February 27th, 2021.
Yes.
Did you also obtain records from the Strum Ruger Company regarding a purchase the defendant made on January 26th, 2021?
Yes.
And what was that for?
It was for 3 10-capacity magazines for an AR.
And was that specifically for an AR that fires 5.56 or 2.23 ammunition?
That's correct. Yes.
Sportsman Finest search warrant resulted in records being provided to you about a purchase from February 9th, 2021.
Correct.
What was that for?
That was for, I think that was for magazines also.
Were those 9mm magazines for a Gerson?
Yes.
Chase Bank records also obtained through a search warrant?
Correct.
And that search warrant and each one of these approved by a court in advance?
Yes.
And through Chase Bank, what did you learn the defendant had done on February 22nd, 2021?
There were purchases at Westminster Arms and Eagle's Nest Armory. I don't remember which one was on that date, but they were both on those financial records within that time frame.
Does it sound correct to you that Eagle's Nest would be February 22nd and Westminster Arms March 8th?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the court, I would ask, excuse me, to admit 358. It's been admitted conditionally by the court previously until we went through all the things contained on the timeline. I believe that's been done now, and I would now ask to move into evidence 358.
And I'd renew my previous objection.
All right, and over that objection, it shall be admitted now that you've met the rest of the court's concerns.
Thank you, Your Honor. So the timeline that you put together, Investigator Cantu, from January 1st through March 21st,
Yes.
2021, does that contain everything the defendant did during that time period?
No.
In other words, Stephanie Sears, the digital forensic expert who testified yesterday, testified about many, many, many things during that time period. Are all those things captured on this timeline that you put together for the jury?
No, they're not.
I'm just going to go through some of those slides with you now. Again, it's Exhibit 358. Court's permission, I'll publish them on the screen.
Yes, sir.
So I'm going to ask you about a few specific dates as we go through this, and then it's in evidence if it needs to be examined further later by the jury, okay?
Okay.
So January 1st, 2021, what do we have on the timeline?
There was an online search. What websites do you like to buy guns from?
And are you let me ask you this way, I'm sorry. What are you documenting on the timeline here, for example?
So the timeline at the top in yellow is the date. In white below the date is the source where I've got the information. And then below the line is what was observed on that date. And then if there was a purchase that was made, that is below the description with a purchase value.
So for example, there appears to be a purchase on January 3rd after the searches of how to buy a gun online. What is the purchase on January 3rd and what's the price?
That was a Ruger AR 5.56 223 rem, folding knife, and 1 box of 5.56 ammo with 50 cartridges from grabagun.com with a purchase price of $984.77.
And how about January 9th?
That was a purchase from grabagun.com. That was the SAR USA K2 45 handgun, plus 1 box of 45 ammo with 50 cartridges, 3 HexMag AR magazines that were 15 round capacity with a purchase price of $633.58.
Now I'm going to move us ahead a little bit here. There are a number of dates on this screen, but I'm going to ask you to focus on January 20th. What do we see the defendant doing on January 20th on this timeline?
That's an online search. What is the most deadly type of round, bullet, and where to buy ammo?
January 24th, what is the defendant looking for online?
Are 30 round magazines legal in Colorado?
So let's shift gears for a moment. I'm just going to ask you a few follow-up questions about the evidence in the case, okay?
Okay.
You testified earlier in the trial that there were 6 magazines that you determined to be large capacity magazines that were capable of holding 30 rounds in each one.
Yes,
And I just want to make sure that we're clear on this. There are other magazines that were found either at the scene or in the defendant's home.
correct.
And have you had a chance to review all the physical evidence collected in the case?
Yes,
And in fact, have you been one of the individuals in charge of all the physical evidence in the case?
yes.
There are some magazines that appear to be large. Are they in fact large capacity magazines?
No, there are there are several that look the same. Some of them are 30 round capacity and some of them are 15 round capacity.
Is that part of the reason you went back in November of 2023 and tested all the magazines with dummy rounds?
Yes,
And how many did the defendant possess that were actually capable of and held up to 30 rounds?
there were 6.
And all 6 of those were recovered from the scene of the mass shooting.
Correct.
Can I move us ahead here? I know we have a number of dates on the screen representing a number of purchases. I'm going to ask you to focus for now on the February 1st, 2021 purchase from Grab a Gun on the right-hand side of the screen.
Okay.
What is that?
4 boxes, 5.56 green tip LAP ammo, 20 cartridges. So that would be 20 cartridges per box.
So 80 total.
Correct.
And those 80 green tips were bought, on what date?
February 1st, 2021 from Grab a Gun.
Of all the ammo that was found in the defendant's home,
Yes,
bedroom, closet, so on, how many of those were green tips?
none of them.
All the green tips went where?
They were at the scene, either in the car or in the store.
King Supers.
Correct.
And then this timeline goes on, right?
It does.
Okay. And it takes the jury all the way through March 21st, 2021.
Correct.
What do we see on these slides? I'm not going to ask you to read each one, but what are the things that you've put on the timeline for the jury to be able to see the dates and purchases and searches?
So I've put the timeline as to what day they were purchased, where they were purchased from, or as I said, the source of where I got the information as in my review of the evidence. And then the type of whatever the descriptor was. So I put purchases, I did web searches. I think that was mostly what was on here as it related to what happened on March 22nd, 2021.
February 18th, what's the defendant doing on February 18th?
He purchased from Amazon the Savior Equipment Urban Warfare Tactical Double Carbine Long Rifle Bag Gun Case and Audio Arrest Reusable Silicone Earplugs. And those purchases were $100.83.
And then this particular slide documents other purchases that you've already covered.
Correct.
And it takes us all the way through March 21st, 2021.
It does.
Okay. Continues. One of the things I wanted to follow up on was you had looked at the empty packaging for the Firefield optic found in the defendant's bathroom. Do you recall testifying about that to the jury?
Yes.
What was the price tag found on that packaging?
$79.99.
And where did you find the $79.99 purchase on another item of evidence?
That was on the receipt that was found in the defendant's wallet in the Mercedes, and it was an Eagle's Nest Armory receipt,
And what date was that from?
March 16th,
And what else did he purchase on March 16th from Eagles Nest Armory?
the weapon that was used in the shooting.
So can I ask you a few questions about the Firefield optic?
Yes.
To someone looking at the optic from the other end of it, in other words, if you're holding the optic and facing it in my general direction, what color would I be seeing through the optic?
It's an orange color.
How does the Firefield optic actually work?
So it's mounted on the weapon and it's battery operated. When you turn it on, you have a choice of different views that you look through the optic. There's different reticles or lines within it. So you can choose this particular one has a single red dot, or it has a red dot in the middle of a circle, or it has a red dot in the center of crosshairs, or it has a red dot with a circle and then the ends of the crosshairs. You can change the brightness of the dot. So when you're looking through the scope, you're going to choose what you want, which reticle you want, which view you want, and then that's what you'll see as you look through it.
So if you're pointing the gun at my hand and you're looking through the optic, the Firefield optic the defendant used on March 22nd, what would you see through the optic?
Depending on which reticle I chose, I would see that on the hand. I could put that on the hand. It wouldn't be projected on the hand. You wouldn't see it on the hand. Only I would see it through the optic.
What's the purpose of that?
Aiming, accuracy.
In an effort to assist the jury in understanding the optic and what it means, did you purchase the same make, same model optic?
I did, yes.
Will looking through it assist the jury in understanding what the defendant purchased on March 16th and how he used it on March 22nd?
I believe it would.
Your Honor, can I approach?
And you're going to object under 702, 401, and 403.
Under 702, overruled. And I overruled as to 401, 403, and will assist the jury.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask you to take it out of the packaging, if you could.
Okay.
And can you turn it on, please?
Okay.
Can you hold it up in my direction? And just hold it up in that general direction over there, so we can see what color it appears to be. And then what are you seeing through the optic right now?
Right now, I'm seeing the reticle that has all four options. So the dot, the circle, or all three options, the dot, the circle, and the crosshairs.
And with the court's permission, can we pass this along to the jury, Your Honor, so they can look through it?
Yes, sir.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I think the bailiff should interact with the jury and not Mr. Doherty.
All right, thank you. Mr. Collins, if you'll.
And you recall from the exhibit of the defendant's notes in his phone that he had written in the note section, bring the optic to the eye and not to the opposite?
Yes.
What does that mean?
Objection 702.
Can you rephrase the question? I don't want her answering what he meant.
Sure. Yes, Your Honor. In looking through the optic is the proper way to do it, to bring the optic towards the eye as opposed to the eye towards the optic?
Yes, you don't want to, you want to keep,
I'm going to renew my objection to 702. This is how to use this particular item.
Overruled.
so you want to bring the optic, which would be mounted to the weapon, up to the eye rather than moving your upper body towards this optic.
For purposes of maintaining aim.
Correct.
Just going to briefly touch on what's in evidence, but the jury has not gone through it yet. 359, which is the timeline that you put together for March 22nd. Can we have the screen, Your Honor? What did you do in this timeline, Investigator Cantu?
This timeline depicts the events of the day from the time the defendant leaves his garage door carrying the rifle bag on his back, and then all the way through the shooting until he is taken into custody.
And I'm going to move through these slides relatively quickly right now. This exhibit's in evidence, though, and can be looked at later.
Okay.
I'm just going to focus on a couple of things with you for today. Approximately what time and where do we see on the timeline the defendant in his car being observed going westbound by King Soopers the first time?
So the far left first notation at 2:16:07 is the first time that the defendant is traveling past the store going westbound.
And what do we see at 2:21 in the afternoon?
That's when the vehicle stops at 4035 Darley Avenue and remains in that position for approximately 1 minute.
$2:29:48 that afternoon.
That's when the defendant exits his vehicle. That's on the far right.
Far right of this screen.
Correct.
2:29:54.
That is when Nevin Stanizik is shot.
I'm going to move us ahead to from 2:29:54 to 2:30:09.
So that is when the defendant is leaning, he stops, leans on the Prius to take a shooting stance and eventually fires at Mr. Mahoney.
$2:30:13.
So that is when Mr. Mahoney has left that panning screen and starts running closer to the store, and the defendant starts running towards him, shooting Kevin, and then he continues further southeast towards that east entrance.
I'm not going to ask you to read each one, but you've gone through the video and second by second put together significant events that happened into this timeline.
Correct.
What time does the defendant enter the east vestibule?
2:30:32.
What time does he enter the east entrance itself?
2:30:34.
And we see what on the far right-hand side of the screen there?
At 2:30:35, defendant shoots victim number 4, Ricky Olds. She falls to ground.
how many seconds between shooting Ricky Olds, which we see represented on the right-hand side of this screen, before the defendant then shoots Denny Stong?
2 seconds.
What do we see at 2:30:44, right-hand side of this screen?
That's when the defendant does the magazine change at check stand 13.
What time did the defendant shoot at Christopher Tatum?
That
Okay.
was,
I'm going to move us ahead to it.
thank you. So at 2:32:34, defendant shoots at Christopher Tatum at the rear of the store.
Approximately what time does the defendant kill Suzanne Fountain?
I believe that was 2:34:56. It was just between 2:33, 2:35.
What happens at 2:35:33?
That's when Officer Capobianco, Officer Gignac, and Officer Talley run towards the east entrance. They haven't yet made entrance to the store yet.
And this timeline goes on, but I'm just going to ask you a couple questions to finish this piece.
Okay.
Second contact team enters around 2:37:46,
Yes,
and the defendant is shot by Officer Stidel around 2:39:36.
yes.
We could take this down. And we've admitted into evidence, Your Honor, Exhibit 64, but not yet published it for the jury, and I'd ask to publish it at this time.
Your Honor, before we publish, may I approach?
Yes,
Or
sir.
the parties approach?
Yes. The objection is renewed and overruled.
Does this exhibit 64 contain different camera views of what happened outside and inside King Supers?
Yes, it does.
And does it include, when you watch it, just so the jury's aware, when you watch it, do you see for some of the security cameras, different digital writing that's just a recording as part of the camera system?
Yes,
And some of the screens, that's just on the screen?
correct.
Okay. I'm going to publish 64 now. And before I do, this is without audio because the King Supers security system doesn't have audio.
That's correct.
Do we see Trelona there?
Yes,
Trelona Barkowiak?
correct.
Is that the magazine change?
Yes,
Does this camera view capture more of Sarah Moonshadow and Nicholas Edwards?
yes.
What do we see the defendant doing there?
That was when he aimed down aisle at Mr. Roeder on aisle 17.
What does this video capture?
The defendant shooting at Christopher Tatum back in the seafood meat department.
What's happening at this point?
He is headed toward the, um, just left that far west emergency exit. Now he's headed towards the west exit. And the law enforcement is showing up.
What do we see there?
He's shooting at Ms. Fountain, who is on aisle 10.
So what do we see happening at this point?
Officer Talley has just been shot. Officer Capobianco and Officer Gignac go out to the vestibule, and this is where Officer Capobianco stops for that time frame in that east vestibule.
With the doors opening and closing there?
Correct.
And what do we see next on this video recording?
The defendant is going to run towards that east entrance, towards those doors. That Officer Capobianco was just standing at.
And what direction is he looking?
He's looking to the north.
And what's outside there?
All the officers arriving. The second team of officers arriving.
And what do we see the defendant doing after he looks out the front window?
He runs to the east side of the store and then south on aisle 21 to the south side of the store. And then he'll head to the west.
What's happening here?
The shots are being fired at the officers.
And what part of the store is this camera showing us?
That's the front of the pharmacy.
And on the remaining part of the exhibit, do we see what Commander Bonafide described yesterday, including the surrender of the defendant?
Yes.
Your Honor, I have nothing further for Investigator Cantu. Thank you.
I have no questions.
All right, thank you. You're excused. You'll remain under subpoena. We'll take our morning break. It's a bit before 10:30, so
May we have till 10:45? I have a personal issue.
yes,
Okay,
all right.
thank you.
We'll take a break until 10:45. Oh, thank you. Remember the admonition. Don't talk to anyone, don't let anyone talk to you, don't express or form an opinion, don't do any research. There you go.
scary.
I was just thinking.
It's scary. It's just me.
So then you can first about there.
First. Okay.
It's like, still open yourself going on. It's fine, it's more, that's about to spend.
Oh, yeah, me, music, you, character, and special. You may. Our checking center here has been.
No, I'm moving.
It's like a little box in the corner. Yeah. Yeah, that's a lot. This must be really. Was it? Sit here when Ken reads. Yeah, I do. If I see him. My name on. It's Jules. What time is it? Just your night.
All rise.
Thank you. Please be seated. Ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay,
Yes, Your
thank
Honor.
you.
Good job.
Thank you.
All right, you may be seated, and your next witness, please.
Judge, the people would call Dr. Thomas Gray.
Hey, doctor.
Good morning. Probably easiest to go around that.
You solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury and the testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I did.
Thank you. Please have a seat, make yourself comfortable.
Doctor, introduce yourself to the jury and tell us how you spell your last name.
I'm B. Thomas Gray, Gray.
And tell the jury how you're currently employed.
Well, I am technically currently self-employed. I hold an assistant clinical professorship in the Department of Psychiatry through the School of Medicine, working with the Forensic Psychiatry Fellowship. I also do private work, pick up private cases, and for this particular case, I was working on a contract with the Department of Human Services, for whom I worked for 17 years.
What school do you work with as far as the teaching?
I'm sorry, yeah, that's through the University of Colorado School of Medicine.
Prior to going into private practice, where did you work?
I've worked for 17 years in the Court Services Department, which used to be attached to the state hospital in Pueblo. It's still part of the same overall organization. I've been the senior evaluator from the time that department came into existence, when there were 3 evaluators. And as the department grew, when I left not quite a year ago, there were roughly 30 full-time evaluators and 30 to 35 contract evaluators. So it grew just a bit. And so things changed. And for the last several years, the title that I held was Director of Training.
What does Director of Training mean?
Other duties as assigned. The primary things that I was responsible for were running a forensic psychology fellowship, postdoctoral fellowship program, which is an intensive 1-year training program for people fresh out of graduate school, to give them the additional training in conducting forensic psychological assessment. I also provided required trainings for the full-time and the contract evaluators in the department, and was a consultant and picked up occasional competency and sanity evaluations, usually, well, always done in conjunction with someone else.
So how long were you a supervisor during that 17 years working with the Court Services Department?
All 17 years. When there were only 3 of us, I was supervising 2, and then things grew from there.
I think you said they were close to 30 by the time you left.
30 full-time and more contractors than I could ever keep track of.
Prior to your 17 years with the Court Services Department at the state, where were you working?
Prior to that, prior to returning to Colorado, I worked for 7 years at the North Texas State Hospital in lovely Vernon, Texas, which is the maximum security forensic hospital serving the entire state of Texas. And for the last 2.5 years I was there, I was the chief psychologist on the competency restoration unit.
Again, during that 7 years, you were working in a forensic psychology capacity.
Correct.
Talk to the jury a little bit about your educational background that prepared you to do this work.
I have a doctoral degree in counseling psychology from Texas A&M University. And subsequent to that, I earned board certification in forensic psychology through the American Board of Forensic Psychology.
Was psychology a first career for you?
No,
Describe a little bit about your first career.
I had a previous life, as it were, studying anthropology. I got to do some very interesting and exciting work in that arena and then switched fields.
What degrees do you hold in anthropology?
I have a doctorate in anthropology as well.
What licenses do you have?
I'm a licensed psychologist in the state of Colorado.
And what other credentials do you have with respect to forensic psychology?
Well, as I mentioned, I have the board certification in forensic psychology. 3 weeks ago, I think, I sat for oral examinations with the American Board of Assessment Psychology. I have not heard back from them yet.
Okay. Talk a little bit about what's required with respect to forensic psychology to become board certified.
The process to be board certified is, well, to be qualified, you first have to have worked 5 years after earning your doctoral degree in a forensic, doing some kind of forensic psychological work. You then, of course, submit an initial application. Once that's approved, then you sit for a written examination that is about 220 multiple choice items covering the broad range of forensic psychology. Once you clear that hurdle, then you submit 2 work samples, usually redacted evaluations that you've conducted, de-identified, so nobody can figure out who the person being evaluated was. And when those are approved, then you sit for a 3-hour oral examination.
Is it fair to say it's a rigorous process?
It's lengthy and yes, it has its tedious moments.
As a result, are there a lot of board certified psychologists and board certified forensic psychologists in Colorado?
In Colorado, the last time I looked in Colorado, I think there were 9 or 10. There's fewer than 400 across the country. 9 or 10 in Colorado, although some of those are people who don't live here. They are people who pick up cases to review, but they don't actually conduct active evaluations in state.
And then talk about the oral boards that you sat for a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, it was about 3 weeks ago.
Talk a little bit about that.
The Board of Assessment Psychology is not quite as, their process is not quite as rigorous. I submitted 2 work samples to them and then sat for an oral examination with them as well.
Probably should have done this sooner. We've been talking a lot about forensic psychology. Can you just tell the jury what that actually is?
Excuse me, forensic psychology is the application of psychological information to legal questions. And so the purpose is to provide information for the trier of fact, either a judge or a jury, to help them make their decisions.
What is the big difference between like clinical psychological work and the forensic work?
There are several distinctions between forensic work and pure clinical work. In pure clinical work, the client is the person sitting in front of you, the person who's, if you're doing an evaluation, it's the person being evaluated, and that's the person to whom your primary duty lies. In forensic work, it's not the person sitting in front of you. It's not the defendant. The client, if you will, is either an attorney or the court. And that's where the primary obligation lies. Forensic work involves a much more skeptical kind of approach than pure clinical work. If you're doing pure clinical work, usually you will be inclined to accept what the person tells you at face value. In forensic work, I want documentation before I believe much of anything.
How many forensic psychological evaluations have you conducted in your career?
Independently, I've done over 2,000. It's a little difficult to give a precise number because, excuse me, as I mentioned, it's been several years since I worked on a case where I wasn't with someone else, either working a case such as this one with a close colleague, or more often working with a trainee.
You mentioned a little bit ago, forensic psychologists are different because they're not serving the patient or client that's in front of them. They are working for attorneys or the court. In this case, who are you working for?
The court.
Kind of describe that process.
The way that, well, this case, for example, was handled is when the judge issued an order for an evaluation, it was sent to the court services department, and then the administrative group within court services made the assignment, and that was when they reached out to me, and I think they already had Dr. Torres on board.
So just to be clear, in this particular case, you weren't hired by the prosecution.
Right.
You weren't hired by the defense.
Correct.
You did your evaluation pursuant to Judge Baki's order to do so.
Correct.
So you were working for the court.
Correct.
Have you published in the field of forensic psychology?
Yes, I've had the opportunity to publish several articles and book chapters.
How many times have you been qualified as an expert witness in this field?
That's a question to which I should have a precise answer, and I don't. I failed to keep count. What I can tell you is that it's well over 100 times at this point, and I have been admitted as an expert in most of the judicial districts across the state.
When you say across the state, you're talking about the state of Colorado.
Correct. Yeah.
You've been admitted as an expert, testified as an expert in other courts outside of Colorado.
Yes, I've testified as an expert on several occasions in Texas as well.
You ever testify in federal court?
I testified in federal court one time.
Judge, at this time, I would offer Dr. Gray as an expert in forensic psychology.
No objection.
All right, he will be qualified as an expert in that field.
So Dr. Gray, you'd started to talk about how the case was assigned. Judge Baki ordered an evaluation of the defendant's sanity to be conducted. You said you thought Dr. Torres may have already been on board. Describe how you got involved, having already retired.
Excuse me. Basically, I got a phone call from the director of forensic services asking me if I would be willing to work on this case with Dr. Torres on a contractual basis.
And you agreed to do so?
I did.
How long had you been retired from the state hospital when you got the call?
About a month.
Retirement didn't last too long.
No, it didn't.
Explain why, in a case of this nature, you would do the evaluation with another forensic psychologist.
We started doing that fairly early on in the existence of the court services department with a high profile case, a big case. And, excuse me, initially the purpose was, when I came back to Colorado, I was the only board certified forensic psychologist working within the state system. And most people working with or in court services didn't have a lot of experience. And so the purpose was to give them some exposure and some experience working on bigger cases. As the department has grown, that's less of an issue, but we discovered that it's really very nice to have a second set of eyes involved in the situation to sort of perform some checks and balances and keep us kind of on an even keel. And especially in this case, where there is such voluminous discovery, it's nice to have a second person who might remember some of the details that I don't.
With respect to bringing you out of your short retirement to work on this case with Dr. Torres, how many board certified forensic psychologists does the state hospital have access to?
It's Dr. Torres and me.
So out of the 9 in the state of Colorado, yourself and Dr. Torres are 2.
Correct.
Where did you actually perform the evaluation of the defendant's sanity in this case?
We met with Mr. Alissa on 4 occasions, well, actually 5 occasions, at the state hospital in Pueblo. 4 of those meetings were held in a special video room that's been set up to allow for video recording to comport with the state statutes requirement that cases like this have the evaluations recorded. The 5th session was psychological testing, which is explicitly excluded from videotaping in the state statute. And we conducted that meeting back on the treatment unit where Mr. Alissa was being housed.
Because of his mental health, because of his mental illness, he had been housed at the state hospital for a period of time?
Yes, he'd been there for 2 or 3 years.
I want to just move back for a second. Yourself and Dr. Torres doing the evaluation based on the court's request for an evaluation, do you have an incentive to opine one way or the other in a case?
No.
Why not?
Well, because our primary obligation is to the court, and it's to provide the best information that we can for the judge, or in this case, the jury, to make their decisions.
So we started to kind of move ahead a little bit to where the interviews were conducted, but prior to starting the interviews of the defendant, what are you and Dr. Torres doing to prepare to talk to him?
There were a couple of primary things that we did. We, as a matter of routine, reach out to the attorneys on both sides to find out what their perspectives are, what issues they might see. Usually from the defense attorney will want to know what they saw that led them to raise the issue that's being evaluated. We also, of course, want to have a conversation with the prosecution team to see what information they might have, to make sure there isn't some additional documentation or whatever floating around out there that we don't have. And then we, in this particular case, spent a good deal of time looking at the discovery materials, the police reports and videos, and all the extensive documentation that was available.
Fair to say that the discovery you were provided was massive in this particular case?
It was, yeah, it was very substantial.
How long did it take to go through all of the discovery?
I wasn't doing it full time, but I was spending a good deal of my time over the course of probably a month, month and a half.
In addition to looking at all the discovery in the case, the police reports, all the videos, everything that is in the file, did you conduct interviews of other people before interviewing the defendant?
Before interviewing the defendant, no, but in the middle of that, the 4 recorded interviews we did with Mr. Alissa, we met with several of his family members to talk with them and see what kind of observations they had made about him and his condition prior to the event.
What type of information are you looking for when you're meeting with family members?
The biggest thing in a case like this that we're interested in is to see if they have any kind of observations of odd or unusual behavior, anything that might point to some sort of mental illness that may have been active at around that time.
You mentioned that he had been, based on his mental illness, at the state hospital for an extended period of time.
Yeah.
Did you review all of the medical records and treatment records from the state hospital as well from his stay?
Yes.
Did you review all of the doctors that have ever interviewed or evaluated him at any point in time?
Yes.
Did you review all of the medical records from the time he was at the Boulder County Jail?
Yes. That was much shorter.
What types of things did the short records from his time in the jail indicate?
Those records were rather sparse. Their observations were somewhat limited. The defense attorneys were understandably concerned about monitoring what might go on in an interaction of that nature. So they were very cautious in providing access. And a major issue with Mr. Alissa is that he is simply not very forthcoming. He doesn't talk much, and it takes a great deal to elicit information from him.
Talking about that time period in the jail where he wasn't very interactive and people weren't interacting with him, generally, for somebody without mental illness, how does isolation impact somebody's mental well-being?
Of course, the stock answer to any question that you ask a psychologist is that it depends. And that would be true in this case as well. And it really does depend on a number of different factors. Isolation can be very, very difficult for many people. And if someone has a mental illness, to be locked up in a room by themselves, essentially 24/7, with nothing but their own thoughts, that can be really difficult and can exacerbate things.
And that was what you saw in the jail records from the time he was at the jail. He was pretty isolated.
He was isolated, yes.
In looking at the records from the time that he was living at the state hospital, from December 15th of 2021 to April 13th of 2024, what types of records were you looking at from CMHHIP?
The primary things that were reviewed were the progress notes, and especially notes from the attending psychiatrist. And he was actually monitored by a nurse practitioner for a period of time in there as well. And those were the major things that we were looking at.
Now, where he was living at the state hospital, the nurses that are there are trained to document observations 24 hours a day, 7 days a week about how he's behaving and interacting.
Yes.
and you had access to all of those records.
Yes.
What did the records indicate about his level of engagement during that time at the state hospital?
Initially, his level of engagement was minimal. As I said, he is disinclined to interact verbally. He doesn't talk much. And if left to his own devices, he would probably stay in his room 99% of the time by himself, isolating by choice. Staff did work to try and get him more actively involved in some of the things going on the treatment unit. And very shortly after he arrived at the hospital, he was started on some antipsychotic medication, which had a distinct but limited effect. His condition improved, but very slowly and very gradually. Finally, then in March, I believe, of 2023, he was started on a medication called clozapine, which is a very powerful antipsychotic drug that's not used all that frequently, but it can be quite effective. And he responded to that, again, rather slowly and rather gradually, but observably.
And in reviewing all of those records, the diagnosis was typically schizophrenia.
Yes.
With respect to all the records you reviewed and all of your interactions with the defendant, do you agree with that diagnosis?
Yes.
Does the fact that somebody is schizophrenic make them insane?
No.
Why not?
Sanity is a legal construct. It's a legal idea, a legal concept, and it's defined in legal terms, it's defined in behavioral terms. Schizophrenia is a mental health construct. And although we do try to utilize mental health information to help with legal decision-making, the two fields don't always match up neatly.
Just because somebody has mental illness doesn't make them insane.
Correct.
Just because they have schizophrenia doesn't make them insane. With respect to, I'm sorry.
Oh.
I think
I'm sorry, yeah, could you repeat that?
I think you already answered the question. I said, just because somebody is schizophrenic doesn't make them insane.
Correct.
With respect to the defendant in this case, can you talk about how his schizophrenia presented itself?
Usually when we think of schizophrenia, we think in terms of hallucinations, usually auditory hallucinations, hearing voices and so forth, sometimes seeing things that aren't there as well. And the other major kind of symptom that we see is delusional thinking, which is maintaining very odd or untenable beliefs, even though there's abundant evidence to the contrary. Mr. Alissa reported some auditory hallucinations. He also exhibited as far as we could tell, at least a moderate degree of suspiciousness of situations that could well be considered delusionally paranoid. The primary features, though, that he exhibited are what we call negative symptoms, and they are far less well known and not seen as often, but are nonetheless fairly typical in schizophrenia. Negative symptoms are things such as a tendency to socially isolate, a lack of interest in social interactions. Related to that is, as I've mentioned, a tendency to speak very little. Of course, there are technical terms for all of this, but very limited verbal output, very limited facial expressions, very flat facial expressions. It's not to make light of it, but it sometimes can be a bit like talking to a Vulcan, if you're a Star Trek fan. Just no discernible facial expressions or responses. You can't read emotion very well at all.
Are there particular challenges associated with somebody that's schizophrenic presenting with negative symptoms?
The biggest one from an evaluator's perspective is simply the limited verbal output. We almost entirely rely on what people tell us. The interviews that we conduct with a defendant are a primary source of information for us. And so if you have someone who doesn't provide much information, that really limits things. It makes it far more challenging. And we have to rely on other behavioral observations and look for whatever information we can find.
And in this particular case, the ability or willingness to provide information was something consistent with the negative symptoms of schizophrenia.
Yes,
He wasn't very willing to engage over all of the records you looked at.
correct.
And that was your experience with respect to the interviews as well?
It was. As he became a little more familiar with us, a little more accustomed to us, he became somewhat more willing to discuss things, to reveal things, although it was still a challenge.
And it's always possible that when you're dealing with somebody in a forensic setting, so there's legal involvement, that there's a volitional component or just a unwillingness to provide information as well.
Yes, and that certainly does happen. The thing about trying to present oneself in a way other than how you really are is that, especially if you're in the state hospital where you're surrounded by staff who are trained to observe behaviors. In honesty, it's not that hard to mimic symptoms of mental illness for a little while, but to keep it up day in and day out, all day long, is almost impossible. And with Mr. Alissa, it was very consistent.
Can it be challenging for somebody in your role in doing an evaluation to try and distinguish, though, the percentage that is volitional and the percentage that is a negative symptom of schizophrenia?
Yeah, certainly. And sufficiently challenging that I would be very hesitant to put a number on it.
And there was information in the state hospital records that you reviewed that indicated that there could have been some volitional component of just not being willing to talk about this event.
Possibly, yes. And I mean, he was not overly willing to talk about the event with us either. So it wasn't surprising that he didn't want to talk about it with others as well.
There were notes in the state hospital records that when he first arrived there, the information was he told them he didn't want to talk about it because his attorneys told him not to.
Yes. Which is very convenient if you don't want to talk anyway.
So I want to jump back before we get into the interviews and talk a little bit about, you mentioned the family interviews that were conducted. It sounds like after you had met with Mr. Alissa and conducted a couple of interviews, then you interviewed family members. Is that by design that you meet with him first and then go to the family?
Not entirely, no. We were juggling two evaluator schedules and trying to arrange things with family members and so forth. And that was just kind of the way things worked out. There was no grand plan behind that.
And in this case, you interviewed his father, 4 of his brothers, and 3 of his sisters.
I believe that's correct, yes.
Can you talk generally to the jury about the type of information those family members provided?
What they told us was essentially that from their perspective, Mr. Alissa had exhibited normal developmental kinds of things probably through middle school, normal social interactions, social activities, developed some friendships and so forth. When he hit high school, things changed somewhat. He became more isolative and less talkative, less interactive. And then it seemed as though that got even worse. There was a discernible increase in those sorts of things that certainly would be consistent with the negative symptoms after he graduated from high school.
What types of things did they say they were observing after he graduated?
It was a tendency to interact very little with anyone, including family members. They said that even during family gatherings, he would sit in, apparently he had a place on a couch in their main living area, and that was where he typically sat. He would smoke a hookah and just not talk to people. He was there, but not engaged at all.
The family members describe some of the paranoia type behaviors that you talked about a little while ago.
Yes, they did. They talked about him having done things such as taping over the camera on his computer so that the camera couldn't monitor him. He apparently broke the key fob to one of the family cars. It seems as though because he thought that he or they were being tracked through that key fob. His father spoke of a time when he found Mr. Alissa in the bathroom in the middle of the night, talking as if there was someone there, but of course there wasn't. And a number of instances of him thinking he was being followed, and they couldn't tell that he was necessarily being followed.
And you took all of the family information and their observations, you took that into account when you and Dr. Torres conducted this evaluation and formed your opinion.
Yes.
As I've asked before, being paranoid doesn't make somebody insane.
Correct.
Even having delusions or hallucinations doesn't make somebody insane.
Correct.
What were you able to review? What were you able to review with respect to the medical records or mental health records prior to the date of offense in this case?
There essentially were none. There's no record of him having received any kind of formal mental health care prior to the shooting.
the absence of any prior care from a mental health perspective, that was consistent with, you didn't find any records, but that was consistent with what the defendant disclosed in the interview as well as what the family disclosed?
Yes. Yeah, we found nothing in any of our interviews, any of the documentation we saw. There was no indication that he had had any kind of mental health contact prior to being arrested.
I want to kind of transition now. I've asked you a lot about what insanity is not. I've asked a lot of those questions. So I want to kind of move on to the collision of the psychology world and the legal system world, and have you talk about what sanity or insanity is in Colorado legally.
The Colorado Sanity statute, like in a number of other states, has a few basic elements. The first one being the presence of what's usually called a mental disease or defect, some kind of serious mental illness, not just a mild depression, but a very serious mental illness that distorts perceptions and so forth. And then by virtue of that mental disease or defect, did that prevent the, and I'm deviating from statutory language because I don't have it committed to memory, but it's essentially, did the mental disease or defect prevent the defendant from being able to distinguish right from wrong, or from being able to form what's called the culpable mental state? And there are 4 culpable mental states defined in Colorado. The most significant one for these purposes being intent, which is fairly self-explanatory, I think.
And you review those culpable mental states as they pertain to the crimes that Mr. Alissa was charged with in this case?
Yes. For every statute or every offense defined in statute has a defined culpable mental state.
So making sure that I have it straight, first we have to have a condition of an individual, in order to be insane, has to have a mental disease or defect that is significant.
Right?
Would you say that's present with respect to Mr. Alissa?
Yes. Yes. The schizophrenia that every mental health clinician who's seen him over the last 4 or 5 years, however long it's been, has concluded that he has schizophrenia. And that certainly does meet the definition of a mental disease or defect.
So really the work that yourself and Dr. Torres were doing in this case is determining whether or not his schizophrenia, that mental disease or defect, was something that prevented him from distinguishing right from wrong or forming the culpable mental state.
Right.
You mentioned earlier that yourself and Dr. Torres together interviewed the defendant on a number of occasions. You first interviewed him on February 6th of 2024, and that was for about 2 hours.
Yes.
Next meeting where you interviewed him, or attempted to interview him, I guess, was February 15th, but he refused to meet with you.
He did, and actually I didn't mention this earlier. We did, when he refused to meet with us, we went back to the treatment unit where he was housed and had a brief conversation with him to try to get him to come down to the video room and talk with us and find out maybe what his concerns were, or why he was unwilling to participate. He continued to say he wasn't gonna talk with us that day. A week later, we came back and he met with us with no problem.
And when you came back, that would have been on February 20th, 2024, when you and Dr. Torres met with him for about an hour and 20 minutes?
I believe that's correct, yes.
Then the third meeting was again about 2 hours on March 21st of 2024.
Yes,
And then the final meeting was on April 9th, and that was only about 40 minutes.
right, yes.
So overall, you and Dr. Torres spent 6 hours roughly with the defendant, interviewing him and trying to get the information that he had in order to render an opinion in this case.
6 hours plus the additional hour and a half to 2 hours. I don't recall exactly how long we were with him when we met with him to do the psychological testing.
Describe for the jury how you and Dr. Torres went about interviewing him when you met with him these 4 times.
We have a fairly standard protocol that we use initially. It's a sort of an interview format that begins simply by asking about personal history, background, family history, educational background, any mental health treatment, substance use, medical issues, legal history. I think that's all of it.
And then at some point, do you transition to trying to talk about the incident, the crime itself?
Yes, and the way we often do these kinds of things is we'll inquire about personal history, and then we'll ask them about the event itself, what took place. And then in a case of this nature, we almost always will conduct more than one interview. And so when we come back, we will do some, well, in this case and in many others, we verify some of the personal history, clarify any questions that may have come up. We then delve more into their mental health status, getting ultimately at the question of the mental disease or defect, and then ask again about the event. And we always like to have more than one recounting of what took place to check for consistencies, and we'll oftentimes get more information the second time around.
What type of questions, or how are you forming your questions during these interviews with the defendant?
What we try to do, the standard is to use what are called open-ended questions, questions that don't have a simple yes or no kind of an answer, questions where ideally the person has to give you a little more information rather than, well, for example, how old are you instead of you're 25, right? That's not a great example.
Are you, in asking those open-ended questions, trying to prevent suggesting any answers, or like you're just trying to obtain the information from the defendant?
Right, yeah. And we certainly don't want to phrase things in leading kinds of ways that might be inclined to elicit one kind of response over another. And that's particularly important when we start asking about the signs and symptoms of mental illness. This wasn't an issue with Mr. Alissa, but sometimes if we have someone who wants to make us think that they're far more ill than they are, we don't want to give them clues as to what the right answer might be.
You mentioned a little bit ago that you did some additional psychological testing, and that was separate from the 4 interviews and actually not recorded because it was done in his housing unit. That additional testing was on March 13th of 2024?
I think so, yes.
And you guys administered the MoCA or the Montreal Cognitive Assessment, version 7.3, the MMPI-3 or the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory, 3rd edition, and the Rorschach ink blot test.
Yes.
Why do you do testing in addition to the interview and examination of the records?
Testing can sometimes provide additional information. It's simply another angle, if you will, to approach the defendant with to obtain information, particularly pertaining to mental illness.
And with respect to the testing in this particular case, was there anything inconsistent in the test results with your interactions with him or what you saw in the medical records?
Nothing inconsistent, no. It did not forcefully confirm the conclusions that we had reached, but there was nothing that contradicted what we were tending to think either.
You mentioned that all of these interviews, the 4 interviews that you conducted, were recorded. That's audio and visual recording as required by statute, I believe you said.
Yes.
I want to talk just generally about that first interview on February 6th of 2024. Can you just describe for the jury what the defendant's appearance and presentation was like during that first meeting?
He came to the interview room. He was wearing, I think he was wearing hospital issued attire. He was very non-communicative. He came in, he sat down, he didn't initiate any kind of conversation. We had to initiate all verbal interactions. He spoke softly and was sometimes a bit difficult to understand, particularly in a room with high ceilings and kind of echoey.
But he was respectful and polite in interacting.
Yes, he was.
And his appearance and presentation were consistent across all 4 of those interviews.
Yes.
Talk a little bit to the jury about how his thinking and speech were when you were interacting with him during the 4 interviews.
Well, as I said, the speech was very limited, and although we didn't get a real detailed look at how that might reflect his thinking processes, the statements he made, the ways he responded to questions indicated that he was thinking logically and coherently, and a term we often use is that his thinking was linear.
What do you mean when you say his thinking was linear?
It made sense. You could understand how he got from point A to point B to point C, so to speak.
You wouldn't ask a question about one topic and get an answer to something completely unrelated.
Right.
That never happened.
No.
Talk about at the beginning of the interview, what information yourself, Dr. Torres, provided to this defendant prior to starting that interview.
The standard, we call it a standard warning that we give to any defendant that we're interviewing, and there's one element that changes in these kinds of cases, but we let them know that we'll be writing a report, and we let them know who's going to get to see a copy of that report. We tell them we also may be called to testify in court about the things that are discussed, and consequently point out to them that unlike many interactions with mental health professionals, in these situations, there's no confidentiality. And what I generally tell people is that it's like there are no secrets here. And for these kinds of cases, we also, of course, let them know that the examination is being video recorded. So that they are aware of that. We tell them that we are not there to provide treatment. Our role is only to provide evaluation, so we're not working for their attorneys, we're not working for the prosecution.
With respect to that, do you also advise that them providing, in this case, Mr. Alissa, providing as much information as possible is necessary for you to render a good opinion?
Yes, that's oftentimes not a standard part of the warning we give, but in this case, we did on a couple of occasions have a brief conversation with Mr. Alissa about the importance of providing information for us.
And at the beginning of that first interview on February 6th of 2024, Mr. Alissa expressed some reluctance to engage in the interview.
Yes, he was rather suspicious about the whole process. He had at that point been through several evaluations of a somewhat different nature, and he made it pretty clear that he didn't want to go through that same process again. And we did remind him that his attorneys had entered a plea of not guilty by reason of insanity, and that therefore the focus of this evaluation was somewhat different.
You mentioned earlier in conducting the semi-structured interview, you kind of have an outline, and typically you start with background information about a defendant.
Yeah.
Can you just give the jury a little bit of a summary about what background information you learned about Mr. Alissa during his first interview?
Yeah, with Mr. Alissa, he confirmed for us that he had been born in Syria, came to the U.S. when he was quite young, I think about 2 years old. Then when he was, I think, 8 or 9, he and several of his siblings, he's the 9th of 10 children. He and several of his siblings went back to Syria and stayed for a couple of years, then came back to the U.S. He told us that even though he was living in an Arab-speaking home, English was identified as his first language. He said he had done pretty well in school, and we do know that he graduated from high school on time. No repeated grades, no referrals for special education services. While in high school, he began working in the family restaurants. The family owns several restaurants, and he began working in the restaurants. And after he graduated, his work schedule increased significantly. He said he tried to attend college. He said he had enrolled in some classes, but wasn't able to pursue that because his work schedule was so heavy. He also, he had been studying jujitsu since middle school. He stopped doing that, which he said was because of his work schedule after he graduated.
From an important standpoint, part of the background information you're collecting is also to try and identify if there are any cultural considerations or things you need to factor in forming your opinion.
That's one issue that we're typically concerned with or interested in learning about, yes.
And you felt like you had adequate information to take that into consideration before forming your opinion?
Yes, between our conversations with him and especially conversations with family members, I think had a pretty good foundation for understanding the cultural environment in which he in which he was living.
You said that there were a number of things he stopped doing or that he was prevented from doing, like the Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and college, because of his work schedule. Did he tell you what his work schedule is like leading up to this event?
Yeah, he said that he was working 8 to 10 hours a day, 6 days a week.
At one point, he actually said 10 to 12 hours a day, right?
Yeah, I think he did actually, yes.
Indicated he had a good childhood.
Yes, he had no complaints about his childhood.
Initially, in that first interview, did he respond or refuse to answer a number of pretty straightforward questions?
There were several things that he simply said he didn't want to talk about.
Things like, did he have childhood friends? He refused to talk about that.
Yes.
Things like if he takes medications.
Yeah, he told us he didn't want to talk about that also.
You had all of his medical records, right?
Yeah, it was not difficult to find out what medications he was taking.
You asked him about things like his father teaching him to pray, and he refused to talk about that.
Yes, he didn't want to talk about that also.
Like he told you that was personal.
I believe that's right, yeah.
When asked about religion, he refused to talk about it at all.
Yes.
Said it was confidential.
Yeah.
Refused to talk about how he first got interested in guns when Dr. Torres asked him in that first interview.
Yes.
Refused to talk about how many guns he owned.
Initially, yes. We later were able to have more productive conversations with him about that.
And throughout the course of the interview, a number of the things that you and Dr. Torres asked him about based on the information the family provided, he denied or refused to talk about those things as well.
Yes.
He denied a number of the incidents that you've described and that the family described to you, or just refused to talk about them.
Yes, he basically said that incidents such as breaking the key fob had not occurred.
As part of the information learned from the family, at least a couple of Mr. Alissa's older brothers indicated that in the context of discussing him feeling paranoid and having felt like he was followed, they indicated that other family members were routinely followed by federal agents based on their ethnicity.
Yes, they indicated that they were routinely being monitored by federal agents.
And this is something that the older brothers said was actually happening.
Yes.
In many of the medical records and previous evaluations, the defendant was somewhat inconsistent in reporting his auditory hallucinations. Sometimes he'd talk about them, sometimes he would deny them. There was an inconsistency in the earlier records. Is that fair to say?
Yes. Yes. He didn't always report the same information. Sometimes he would say that he was hearing voices, other times denying that he was hearing voices.
During the course of the four interviews for your sanity examination, is it fair to say that the voices were something that he continuously stressed?
He mentioned them frequently. I think I would hesitate to say that he stressed it.
Okay.
I mean, I've seen people who couldn't wait to tell me about the voices that they were hearing.
But he talked about the voices quite a bit.
He did. He mentioned those as explaining a number of things.
And how often did he indicate he would hear the voice or voices?
The most common response he gave to that question of the frequency of hearing voices was about once a week. He did at one point during one of our later interviews say that uh, in the few months leading up to the shootings that he was hearing them perhaps twice a week.
Did you dig in? Did you and Dr. Torres kind of try and dig into the voices and get more detail and information about them?
Yeah.
And ultimately, when you asked the questions about how many voices, because he always used voices to describe his experience, what did he indicate about how many he was hearing?
He very consistently said he was only hearing one voice, but as you noted, he also very consistently used the plural voices when he was describing what he was hearing.
What? Sorry, go ahead.
He didn't provide a great deal else in terms of the nature of the voices. We asked a number of standard questions. How many voices? Are they male or female, adult or children? Are these voices of individuals you know? And of course, very importantly, what are they saying? And the most that we got is that the voices were yelling or screaming. That was the consistent response.
With respect to the yelling or screaming, did you repeatedly try and inquire with respect to messages or what the voices were saying with Mr. Alissa?
Yes.
What was his response?
He said that it was indistinct. I don't think he used that word, but that was the message. Was that they were just screaming or yelling, and he couldn't discern a specific word.
He continuously throughout the interviews denied receiving any messages or understanding any words from the voices.
Yes.
He understood when you asked him that the voices were not based in reality.
Yes.
What did he indicate with respect to any strong emotions being triggered by these voices in his head?
He denied that he had any sort of strong emotional response to the voices. He said that they didn't particularly frighten him or concern him.
But he was never able to provide any specifics about the voices other than that they were just yelling or screaming.
Yes.
It wasn't for lack of trying. Yourself, Dr. Torres, asked him many, many times over the course of those 4 interviews.
We did. That was something that we would have very much liked to have gotten more information about.
At any time during the 4 interviews, did you observe him to be responding or distracted to what are considered like perceptual disturbances or hallucinations?
No, we and that's one of the things we look for. We do sometimes see people who are clearly behaving as if they're distracted, or there's things going on inside their head that obviously we can't see. With Mr. Alissa, he didn't exhibit any of those kinds of behaviors. He wasn't tracking things that weren't there. He wasn't looking around the room to try and identify where voices were coming from. We occasionally see extreme cases where someone will carry on a conversation with an entity that isn't there. He didn't do anything like that.
Judge, I think this is a good breaking point if the court wants to break for lunch at this point.
That's fine. We'll do that. We're in a recess for lunch, reminding you until the trial is completed, do not discuss the case with anyone by any means. If anyone tries to discuss it with you, tell them to stop and let me know about it immediately. You must not read or listen to any news reports, and don't consult any outside references, do any searches, research, any of that. You know the drill. Don't form an opinion, don't express an opinion, and we'll see you back here hopefully 1:30. All right, thank you. You folks can sit. Oh, you're waiting for the jury. All right, we're back on the record. Shall I have the jury brought in? The defense is ready, Your Honor.
The people are ready as well. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Brian. Rise for the jury, please. All right, thank you. You may be seated. Good afternoon, folks. Mr. Puffner.
Judge, Dr. Gray is making his way to the stand.
Take your time. Doctor, I will just remind you, you remain under oath.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
Dr. Gray, I want to start the afternoon by returning to a couple of things we talked about this morning. First, the interviews that you and Dr. Torres conducted at the state hospital were all audio and video recorded. You've already testified to that, correct?
Yes.
And you also testified to Mr. Alissa describing and you and Dr. Torres trying to get more information about the voices and what his experience was like during those interviews.
Yes.
Lengthy exchange about the voices is included in the interview conducted on February 6th of 2024.
Yes, that was the first interview. And yes, we spent time on it then and we returned to it.
And Judge, the parties have reached an agreement that these interview clips are all admissible by either party at any time. Either party wants to play anything from these interviews. If I could approach, I would tender to the court the limiting instruction that I am going to ask the court to read at this point unless defense counsel has an objection or has a different suggestion. I think it appropriate for the court legally to read it. And then I have just for the appellate record marked as 360, the specific clips that I will be using with Dr. Gray.
I have no objection to the limiting instruction. I think it applies to all of Dr. Gray's testimony.
Okay. Yes, sir. All right, you are about to hear evidence or have heard evidence that you may consider as to the question of the defendant's sanity with respect to first-degree murder, attempted first-degree murder, first-degree assault, and possession of high-capacity magazines. You shall not consider it for any other purpose.
And Judge, if we could have the televisions turned on at this time, and ask Ms. Scanlon to play clip 1 from the February 6, 2024 interview.
Experience with if you don't know how to describe. No. You've been hearing things that other people say here. They rarely. Rarely. You have to put a number to it. Maybe how many times a week does that happen to you? Maybe once a week. When you have that happen, what are you hearing or what are you experiencing without yelling, feeling? How loud is it for you? In the middle. In the middle. How many voices? One. Just one. Is it someone you know? Random voice I know. You say they're yelling. Who or what are they yelling? So, are they yelling at you? Are they yelling at something else? Did they ever comment on about you or what you're doing? No. Have they ever spoken your own thoughts? No. Maybe not now, but have you ever heard the voice of a God or experienced the words? When the voice is yelling, is never telling you. It's like does it say something? Never telling you to do something. The voice hurts. I hurt someone else. No. What do you do when you hear that yelling? I'm working. You go to sleep. I'll be sleeping. So you're usually asleep? Yeah, I am. What do you mean by that? Well, sleeping the prayer when I'm my bed. Okay. Are you awake when you hear it? Yeah. Is it usually when you're waking up, falling asleep, or is it just something that wakes you from your sleep? Oh, I'm awake in my bed. Okay. How do you explain that to yourself so you hear yelling? What do you make of it? You think that yelling is something that's real, something that's happening out there?
What do you think explains that you hear yelling? Like, usually when things happen to us, we have a way of explaining it to ourselves, you know, what it means to ourselves, or wondering what does it mean to you? Have you ever wondered how it's possible that you're yelling when nobody around you is yelling? Do you know that this usually happens when you're in bed, when you hear the yelling, you feel any emotions come up? No? Things like anger, irritability, sadness, fear, happiness. Does it trouble you? Does that ever trouble you? Anything you do to help cope with this experience?
May I, sorry, to interrupt, for clarification, is this being admitted as a stipulated or what's the basis? How are we proceeding with that?
I would say as a stipulated exhibit 360, Judge, just
Okay.
documenting the clips that the people are playing with Dr. Gray.
So it's admitted.
Yes, Your
Yes,
Honor.
no objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
Dr. Gray, we heard a lot of interaction back and forth and discussion about the voices in that particular clip. Why was it important for you and Dr. Torres to try and get as much detail about the voices he was describing as possible?
What we were really interested in, what we were looking for was some kind of an indication of possible motives for what took place.
What types of things are you looking for when you're asking about the detail with respect to the voices?
I hesitate to give you a clear answer on that simply because over the years, I've heard so many strange things when I inquire about the voices that it's hard to characterize. Obviously, that didn't apply here, but occasionally you'll encounter a situation where someone, for example, invokes what's known as a deific decree. God was talking to me and instructing me to do certain things. And in fact, we heard Dr. Torres ask a question that was specifically oriented to that. So that would be just one example of the kind of thing that can sometimes come out. And we have to guide our inquiry when possible based on whatever we get back, what kind of information we get, what kind of openings, if you will, a defendant might offer for us.
So in a general way, if the voices are speaking words with messages, that's something you would factor into your opinion with respect to a defendant's sanity.
It would certainly be an important piece of information, yes.
And certainly what those words were would be important.
Absolutely, yes.
If those words were giving instructions or commands or telling somebody to do something, those would also be things that you would be factoring into your opinion.
Yes.
In all four of the interviews that you and Dr. Torres conducted, the defendant never once indicated there was any content associated with the voices he was describing.
No, that's correct.
Never indicated once in those four interviews that there was any commands or instructions given from the voices in his head.
Correct.
Never described anything beyond yelling or screaming.
Correct.
How did that particular piece, understanding that in looking at your opinion on sanity, you're looking at the totality of everything you had available, how does that piece impact your opinion? If you can talk about it in that context.
That makes things a little bit more tentative in a sense. We had to wonder if there wasn't, particularly given his reticence to reveal much information at all, we had to wonder if there isn't more there that he's simply not willing or able to divulge. And so we kept returning to that issue to see if we could elicit anything. And we never were able to. And so ultimately, that led us to conclude that we had no evidence to support a conclusion that he was being directed by the voice of God or any sort of delusional thinking of that nature.
And as the conversations with Mr. Alissa about the voices continued, yourself and Dr. Torres asked some directed questions about particular topics within the case and how they related to the voices. Is that fair to say?
Yes. In most interviews, for example, we wouldn't ask a question quite as direct as the one Dr. Torres asked about the voice of God, because that's getting very close to a leading kind of question. But we were sufficiently frustrated in our efforts to try and get information that's the kind of thing that we occasionally ended up doing.
Because you wanted to make sure that you gave every opportunity to have every bit of information that was there conveyed to you and Dr. Torres.
I think that would be fair to say, yes.
With respect to continuing the discussion of the voices, if we could play clip 2, if we could have the, hold on one second. I apologize, Judge. The audio and video appeared to be slightly off with the way we were playing it for display. So we're going to try and play it a different way this time to try and get that synced up.
Thank you.
If we could have the screens.
What? Why did you want to do it? You don't understand. Just a question. There are ways that people deal with voices. I'm just trying to understand. Did you think a match shooting would be helpful? Was it something that you were being instructed? The judge, he had those babies. What did you think would happen if you committed a mass shooting?
So in that clip, Dr. Torres was talking to the defendant about purchase of the guns and the mass shooting itself and kind of the interplay with the voices, correct?
Yes.
At the very beginning, Dr. Torres asked him, why did you purchase the guns? It was kind of hard to hear on the audio. And his response is to commit a mass shooting.
Yes.
With respect to the questions we've talked about a little bit, when asked specifically about the voices and the mass shooting, in that audio clip, he denies being instructed by the voices to do the mass shooting.
Correct.
Was it important to understand how long the voices had been going on and like any changes in his experience with the voices for purposes of your evaluation?
When it comes to establishing a condition that would qualify as a mental disease or defect, it's important to be able to describe that in as much detail as possible, which would include things like when did it begin, how long has it been going on, has it changed in intensity over time, those sorts of things, to get a better sense of exactly how that might have played a role in whatever took place.
What information did the defendant provide about kind of the evolution of the voices or when they started and how they had changed, if they had changed?
He told us that they had begun, I think he said a couple of years before the event. He said he had been hearing them about once a week, and in one of the later interviews, he said that he did say that they had maybe increased to about twice a week in the months just preceding the shootings.
But there were certainly times during the interview that he said there hadn't been much of a change from when they started to the shooting. So moving to the second interview that you and Dr. Torres conducted, you returned, as you testified earlier this morning, to kind of ask similar questions on the same topics to see if you got the same answers. And the voices were one of those topics, correct?
Yes.
If we could play clip number 3.
Do you think your that they knew that you had all those in the house? Any talk about that? A couple of weeks ago, you told us that you had started to hear voices a couple of years before the shooting. Yeah. How that happened? Right? Did you just wake up one day and boom, there it was? Eventually, or was there something different? And were these male voices, female? Voices of people that you knew. Yeah. At any point, did you think you were hearing the voices of people that you knew?
We said it all from our period of time by them. You know, how about first one? We say over a period of time. What sort of period of time are you talking about?
Whichever goes with.
About a year before. That they're volume full.
What about the messages they were giving you? Did that change? What kinds of things were the voices saying? Yelling, yeah, or they yelling?
What did you think about during research? When it first started?
You want to believe? I would say that might be very frightening to suddenly be hearing voices yelling.
Did you start before or after you graduated? Did hearing voices yelling ever make you feel concerned about your own safety? Did it ever make you feel concerned about what was happening around you?
No.
How did you explain to yourself that you were hearing voices? Yeah. I know you told that multiple times. I was wondering what you thought about it, how you would explain it to yourself, where you thought they came from.
How did it get there?
Did the one you never say anything funny? Who told you why not? You should yelling, what they yelled.
What did somebody feel like?
What period of time would that be?
Differentially higher.
Did you ever think that the voices were coming from him? Someone coming from somewhere. I would think, yeah.
So you were hearing the voices about once a week before the shooting, when the voices first started, and you said that was about a year before? Yeah. How often were you hearing them then? A week, once a week? So that did not change then?
It's important for us to understand your experience with the hallucination. When ask so many questions about it. So the more detail you can provide, the easier it is for us to understand. And the more detail that you can provide outside of hearing them once a week, yelling. What sort of emotional response does that cause for you, hearing voice yelling? Was that happiness, anger, fear, expectation, nothing? When was the last time you felt emotion? Felt what? Emotion.
So Dr. Gray, I've played a couple of pretty lengthy clips from the first interview and the second interview because I wanted to be fair in asking this question. Fair to say that you and Dr. Gray, or you and Dr. Torres, returned to the topic of the voices during the 6 hours you spent with the defendant numerous times in addition to the clips I played?
Yes.
The question I want to ask, based on the clips that we've heard here today, is that a complete and thorough account of what he was able to describe with respect to the voices during the entire 6 hours of interviews you conducted?
If I'm understanding you correctly, I can say that we never were able to elicit anything from him that really added to our understanding of the voices he was hearing at any point during the time we spent with him. Does that answer your question?
Let me just direct you a little more. In the 6 hours, did he ever supply more information about the voices than in the lengthy clips I played at this point?
No. No.
During the interview, at one point, did he discuss having decided to do the mass shooting at King Soopers a few days before the shooting?
He did say that, yes.
And did you, Dr. Torres, inquire as to the role the voices played? I guess I should back up and say, in addition to providing information that he had decided on the location a few days before, he indicated that at some point he had traveled to Boulder, correct?
Yes, he did.
Did you and Dr. Torres inquired as to the role the voices had with that first trip to Boulder?
Yes, we asked him if the voices had anything to do with that, and he said no.
And that would be clip 4, if we could play clip 4.
You've been hearing the voices a couple of days before, maybe so? Once a week. Okay.
Did the voices have anything to do with you having driven up to the store a couple of days before the shoot? Uh,
Consistent with your testimony, in that clip, he indicates the voices had nothing to do with coming to Boulder a couple days before. Correct?
Yes.
At other points in the interview, he discussed other times or circumstances when he would hear the voices, at one point discussing when he was at work and how he would handle the voices. Is that correct?
He did say that he sometimes heard them at work, and if I recall correctly, he essentially said that he just ignored them.
And if we could play clip 6. No, clip 6, please. Sorry.
I have this kind of image in my head of somebody who's hearing these voices screaming at him, and would have to be very distracting, and leaves your mind all over the place, and you can't think straight. And after a little while, how long will this go on? A few minutes, a few hours, a day. Yeah. Each time, how long? Yeah, so I can imagine that getting to a point where you would feel like you do almost anything just to make it stop. It was a romance on
Have I experienced people anywhere at work?
not
Yeah. What was that like for you in terms of doing what you're doing? I understand you. How does the voice impact? How does it people that's the challenge. I don't know. You could be doing breathing, I think, when you break before you did. Yeah. Or that cold in, usually, and every different. I'm kind of a modern. What bothered you? What would you do? I'll just keep working. What would it take? Because you described what it would take for a boy to follow you. And compare to where he didn't follow you. I don't know.
Dr. Gray, in that clip, consistent with your testimony, defendant stated that sometimes he would hear the voices at work and he would just keep working and they would go away.
Yes.
What about his description of his response to the voices and the impact on his life? How did that influence your opinion in this case?
Essentially, this once again left us with no evidence to suggest that the voices had played any substantial role in what took place. In terms of causing him to carry out the shootings.
So the voices are something that kind of go to mental disease or defect, both to the prong or the part of being capable of distinguishing right from wrong and being capable of forming the culpable mental state.
In a sense, yes. I mean, the the presence of the voices supports the conclusion that there was in fact a mental disease or defect present there. The absence of any evidence, what we had though was the absence of any evidence that would indicate that that those voices or any disturbance in thinking that may have gone along with that prevented him from being able to distinguish right from wrong or from forming the culpable mental state.
I want to transition a little bit and talk more specifically about some of the interview portions that deal more directly with that right from wrong analysis or opinion that you had to make in this particular case. Did you and Dr. Torres ask the defendant directly about whether he felt like this was right or justified or the type of behavior it was?
Yes.
Did he express in those inquiries an understanding of the nature or an ability to distinguish right from wrong?
Yes. He readily conceded that that he knew that this behavior was illegal and was wrong.
We could have the TVs and play clip 5.
Which revealed justified in any way. Did you have a reasonably have important? Did you think there was a good behavior?
And if we could move to clip 7.
When you decided to surrender, did you think what happened then? Were you always aware that jail was a possibility? Even before you went into the store? Yeah. But why do you think it was a possibility? The punishment. The punishment for violating the law.
Back then, did you think that committing a mass shooting an okay response to be hearing for you? Explain that.
Even though you also knew that you could end up going to jail. Yeah.
Did you think would on a mass shooting? Lily? Or did you realize that other people could die? Really? Or did you think that that was the how come?
What's the plan that's in?
I understand that. And there were much of them that had it a year. But the voice of the one that had it in the year. Yeah. Did you feel like you were in control of yourself?
I did the voice of yeah.
Did it have been, I'm just using your family because your family is just close to you, or what it was to you at that time, that if it was your family members telling you to commit a mass shooting, would you have done that?
I was told to let the with the land. So you knew you could end up going to jail. Oh, so that means that it, yeah. Yeah, I'll tell the guy about to go to jail. Okay. But you didn't know that. I thought it was there was something else that you didn't know quite. If I go there and get it, which. Then you said that would be a punishment for violating the law, which. It kind of suggests that you were aware that this was against the law to do a mass shooting.
So Dr. Gray, what did it mean to you that he was aware that jail was a possibility before doing the mass shooting?
That, to me, pretty clearly says that he's aware that behavior is a violation of the law.
How does that impact his ability to distinguish right from wrong?
Absent any kind of indication that he had some sort of belief that would override that law, then that seems to certainly point to him being able to distinguish right from wrong.
During the 6 hours you spent with the defendant, was there ever anything that indicated any evidence of something that would override that knowledge of right from wrong?
No.
Talk about what his discussion along the lines of it was his plan to die that day because he didn't want to go to jail. Talk about how that factored into your decision with respect to the capable of distinguishing right from wrong.
That again pointed to him understanding that the behavior was illegal because he knew that the jail was a distinct possibility, and therefore, again, absent any kind of information to the contrary, he was able to discriminate right from wrong.
And was this something that you and Dr. Torres came back again and again to try and see if there was something overriding or another reason he wanted to die, and continue to inquire during the 6 hours you spent with him?
Yes, we were consistently throughout that time on the lookout for anything that might point to some other factor that was involved in his mental state surrounding this entire time.
And you never found a single thing?
No, that's correct. We did not.
If we could play clip 8.
So let's go back to something you said earlier about how it had been your plan to die on the day of the shooting. Help us understand maybe why you wanted to die or why that was the plan. Okay.
So that clip, he again confirms the plan was to die because he didn't want to go to jail.
Yes.
We could play clip 9.
We also mentioned to us a couple of times, that you didn't expect the provider had a, and that the plan had been to die. I asked you last time, I'm gonna have, once more. Did you want to die at that time? Was that a desire that you had?
Yeah.
What was going on that you had that desire?
I don't know,
Okay. So then, when you say the plan was to die, whose plan was it to die? Okay. Was there anything else going on with you that added that desire to die, kind of not wanting to go to jail? No. Was there anything going on in your life at that time that made you unhappy? No.
During the interviews you and Dr. Torres conducted, did you ask about the emotions he experienced during the mass shooting?
Yes.
And if we could play clip 10.
Do you recall any emotions that you had during the whole event? Adrenaline rush? What does that feel like to you?
I don't know.
I think that you recall that
It's over before, and then the fade on them, turn away, what could happen?
you were anxious before and then all of that went away. What was actually happening? That we had.
Yeah.
Dr. Gray, from a forensic psychology standpoint, what is the fact that he was anxious before and then the anxiety went away and he describes an adrenaline rush during the mass shooting tell you?
I wasn't entirely sure what to make of the adrenaline rush comment that he made. I mean, if I know certainly if I'm at a shooting range, when I start hearing other guns going off, I have a jolt of adrenaline. You know, it kind of gets things going. And the extent to which he may have simply been responding to things such as the noise of the gunfire and so forth, as opposed to some other factors, that's not entirely clear to me. He did report having felt some anxiety that went away when he started to shoot. Could that have been maybe just sort of performance anxiety, and once he's into the role, the anxiety goes away? Could it have been something else? He revealed so little about his emotional state throughout the time that I'm not convinced that he was really very accurately in touch with his own emotions anyway.
Okay. So we've talked about the legal standard that you as a forensic psychologist have to apply in issuing an opinion with respect to insanity.
Yes.
In this particular case, taking first the defendant's mental disease or defect, we are in agreement that he had a mental disease or defect?
Yes,
And that was schizophrenia.
correct.
What was your opinion as to whether that mental disease or defect made him incapable of distinguishing right from wrong?
We found no evidence to indicate that his ability to make that distinction between right and wrong was impaired.
When you say you found no evidence, what evidence did you find to support an ability to distinguish right from wrong?
more than once he commented, he made comments, as we've seen on some of these video clips, that he knew it was wrong. He knew it was a violation of the law, and so forth, that pretty clearly pointed to him being able to make that distinction.
Moving on to the second possibility for insanity. What is your expert opinion with respect to this defendant being capable of forming the culpable mental state to commit the crimes for which he's been charged?
There was evidence in several factors, such as him accumulating firearms, potentially surveilling the site before the event took place. There is some indication that perhaps he was concealing the firearms from his family members, all of which would suggest that he, in fact, did have the ability to form the culpable mental state of intent.
With respect to the discovery in this case, were you provided an opportunity to look at some of the information that was found on his phone once detectives were ultimately able to get into his phone?
We were provided with some information concerning that, most of which, quite honestly, I couldn't interpret.
Let me ask in a more generalized way. If that evidence supported him performing research about conducting a mass shooting months leading up to the mass shooting, how would that impact your expert opinion?
Okay. So yeah, there was evidence that he had done internet searches on other mass shootings. He had, I believe there was evidence that he may have looked into making modifications to a firearm so that it would fire more rapidly. I think there may have been one or two other things he was looking at that are not coming to mind immediately.
Is the question of whether he was capable of forming the culpable mental state something that's a close call?
No, I don't think so.
Why not?
In general, in most cases of this nature, to say the person, if the culpable mental state for the offense is intent, what you're trying to say is that the person did not intend to do what they did, which in and of itself is a difficult argument to make. And in this case, there was evidence that pointed to him having planned the event to a sufficient extent that it indicated that he did intend to commit this act.
With respect to the ability to distinguish right from wrong, what evidence did you find indicating that that was something that he was experiencing?
You mean that he was unable to distinguish right from wrong? Or?
I may have messed up all of my negatives. Let me ask the question in a better way. What evidence did you find to indicate that he was incapable of distinguishing right from wrong?
We didn't find any evidence that clearly indicated that.
What evidence did you find to indicate that he was unable to form the culpable mental state?
None.
Ultimately, in looking at all of the legal and psychological things that came together for you to issue an opinion, what was your overall determination with respect to the defendant's sanity in this case?
It was our opinion that at the time of the offense, he was legally sane.
I have no further questions for Dr. Gray, Your Honor.
I just need a couple minutes.
Sure.
To set up. framing screen just to make sure it's working. Perfect. Thank you. Good afternoon, doctor.
Good afternoon.
So I want to start by reminding the jury of a little bit of your experience. Fair to say you've been doing this a long time.
Yes,
And you told us that you have participated in some way in hundreds of different types of evaluations throughout the course of your years.
yes,
And fair to say, generally as a human, you're a little skeptical.
maybe even more than a little.
Okay. And you told us that in forensic psychology, in particularly when you are being assigned a case by the court or an attorney, one of the core aspects of going into an evaluation is to be skeptical.
Yes, that's, it's not often articulated quite that clearly, but yes, it's, we are essentially trained to require documentation, require support for any kind of conclusion that we might reach.
Now, prior to meeting with Mr. Alissa, which you told us you first met with him in February of 2024.
Correct.
Okay. And you knew at that time he had been at the state hospital for over 2 years.
Yeah.
Okay. You knew that he had been at the state hospital for over 2 years. And by that point, he had been through a long course of trying to figure out what medication was right for his disease.
Yes.
And ultimately, his treating physicians landed on putting him on clozapine.
Yes.
And clozapine is a potent antipsychotic,
Very much so. Yes.
kind of seen as the antipsychotic of last resorts.
Yes, it is, clozapine carries a significant side effect profile, which means that there are potentially negative side effects that crop up in cases, and a person needs to be monitored very carefully to make sure that the medication isn't going to harm them more than it helps them. And because of that, it more often than not, it doesn't get used until other avenues have been exhausted.
Or other avenues aren't working, other medications
Yeah.
aren't working.
Yes.
And when you met with Mr. Alissa, he's on this medicine of last resort.
Yes.
Okay. And you knew all of this information, and even knowing all this information, you went into this evaluation being skeptical of his mental health.
Yes.
And it only took you meeting Mr. Alissa and spending a little bit of time with him when that skepticism, went away.
As in this case, there was a sufficient history of him being seen by various mental health professionals and evaluated that I was perhaps a bit less skeptical than I might ordinarily have been. The diagnosis of schizophrenia was pretty well established, and within a fairly short time of seeing him during our first interview, I was satisfied that, yes, that was in fact accurate.
No question, Mr. Alissa suffers from schizophrenia.
No, correct.
So I want to talk a little bit and have you share a little bit more information with the jury about what having schizophrenia means. And so schizophrenia is a psychotic disorder.
It is.
And there are 5 key features that define a psychotic disorder. Would you agree with that?
I believe that's how the DSM lays it out, the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual.
And that's what is used.
Yeah.
I actually have the book right here, right? That's what you use in order to properly diagnose someone with the mental illness.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're going to talk a little bit about these five psychotic features that define a psychotic disorder. First, there's delusions,
Yes.
right? And a delusion is a fixed belief that is not amenable to change in light of conflicting evidence.
Yes.
Okay. An example of this might be that you believe you're under video surveillance by the FBI. You're convinced you're under surveillance, but the reality is you're not.
That's one kind of delusion that we hear about sometimes. Yes.
Another feature is hallucinations.
Yes.
Okay. And when we're talking about hallucinations, we are talking about experiences that occur without an external stimulus. These are
Because I'm going to object to this line of questioning along relevance. I think that everybody is in agreement he has schizophrenia, and going through all of the diagnostic indicators to make that determination is irrelevant for the determination in this case.
Overrule. I think it is.
Thank you, Judge. Going back to hallucinations, we were talking about the fact that they occur without any external stimulus.
Correct.
Okay. And they're very vivid and clear when you're suffering from a hallucination. Or they can be, I should
They
say.
can be. They are. That's not always the case, but they can be.
And an example of a hallucination is voices.
Yes. In fact, that's the most common type.
Then we have disorganized thinking or speech.
Yeah.
Okay. And that's typically inferred from when the individuals, you're looking at their speech, and that's how you can see some of this disorganized thinking that's going on in their brain.
Yes, that's the most direct way to get a look at that. Yeah.
And then we have grossly disorganized or abnormal motor behavior, including catatonia.
Yeah.
Okay. And that's when you may manifest itself in a variety, it may manifest itself in a variety of ways, ranging from childlike silliness to unpredictable agitation.
Yes.
Okay. Now, that group of features of a psychotic disorder are referred to as positive symptoms. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. And positive symptoms are what we typically think of when we think of someone with schizophrenia. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
So what I'm thinking about when I'm trying to explain this to the jury is you're thinking about someone hallucinating or hearing voices, having paranoia that they're being followed. That to me, I think schizophrenia. Would you agree with that?
Yes. That's the common image that many people have.
Now, the fifth key feature of a psychotic disorder is what's called negative symptoms.
Yes.
And you had told us earlier that, and you used the word we, but I have to believe in psychology in general, you meant you know far less about negative symptoms than you do about positive symptoms.
It's probably true that we know less about them. We certainly see negative symptoms less frequently. They are less prominent in many cases than the positive symptoms, but they are nonetheless present in many individuals with a thought disorder, with a psychotic disorder. Although more often than not, they're accompanied by more prominent positive symptoms.
And I believe I heard you say more commonly than not, the positive symptoms are going to be more prominent than the negative symptoms.
They're more prominent, and if someone's experiencing positive and negative symptoms, you're probably going to notice the positive symptoms first.
And that's in a typical case.
Yes.
And I put that in quotations because there really is no typical case. Because one thing about schizophrenia is it's individualized.
Yes, it it can be quite variable.
And so when we talk about negative symptoms, this is when we're talking about diminished emotional expression or lack of emotions in the face or eyes, lack of eye contact, those types of things. I think you referred to with Mr. Alissa, you saw he doesn't talk much.
Yes.
Okay. Now, in order to be diagnosed with schizophrenia, it requires at least 2 of those 5 features we talked about.
Correct.
Okay. And schizophrenia also requires for a significant portion of time since the onset of the disturbance. So since the onset of the beginning of the symptoms, the level of functioning in one or more of those areas, such as work, interpersonal relations, or self-care, is markedly below the level achieved prior to the onset.
Yeah.
So a lot of verbiage there. In essence, we have to be seeing effects in someone's everyday common life due to one of those features.
Right. Yes.
Okay. And we have to see these disturbances for at least 6 months.
Yes.
You have to rule out other possible diagnoses.
Yes.
Okay. And you have to ensure that any of these disturbances aren't due to a substance abuse or other medical condition.
Correct.
Okay. Now, schizophrenia and the characteristics and symptoms of it can involve a range of both cognitive and behavioral dysfunctions.
Yes.
Okay. Also can have significant emotional dysfunctions.
Yes.
Okay. And you told us earlier that there's no one symptom that tells you, hey, this is schizophrenia.
Correct.
Okay. And so, for example, someone may be schizophrenic, be actively psychotic, and they may just be standing there appearing, quote, normal.
That can happen.
Or you may be looking around and having darting eyes or stumbling, and you may be schizophrenic.
Or carrying on a conversation with someone who isn't there.
Or carrying on a conversation with the voices in your head that nobody can hear.
Yeah.
Okay. So as we said, schizophrenia is very subjective to the individual.
I don't think I'd use the word subjective, but its presentations can vary considerably from one person to another.
And it doesn't make any one person's schizophrenia less than the other.
Correct.
Now, there's strong evidence for a relationship between cognitive impairment and functional impairment with individuals with schizophrenia.
In general, yes.
And cognitive impairments can include memory issues and slower processing speeds.
Yes.
Another side effect symptom of schizophrenia can also be of lack of insight or awareness to having the disease.
Yeah.
Okay. I want to talk a little bit about the treatment of schizophrenia. And with regards to schizophrenia, the best known treatment is antipsychotics.
Yeah. Medication is essentially the only first-line treatment for schizophrenia.
And knowing that it's really the only line of treatment for schizophrenia, another thing that we know is antipsychotics can help a lot with positive symptoms, but not as much with negative symptoms.
Yes, medications are more effective treating the positive symptoms than the negative. Yeah.
So if you're on an antipsychotic, there's a more likelihood that maybe we'll see less of those positive symptoms. So maybe less hallucinations, less paranoia, because that antipsychotic is helping with those symptoms.
Yeah.
But if I'm on an antipsychotic and I have significant negative symptoms, those negative symptoms may still be present in a way of I'm not talking a lot. I'm not showing a lot of emotion.
Yes, the negative symptoms may still persist, and if the positive symptoms have abated somewhat, then the negative symptoms may be more noticeable.
Absolutely, because we took away those positive symptoms.
Yes.
Now, you had told us, and we know that Mr. Alissa has been diagnosed by multiple doctors having schizophrenia since this event occurred.
Yes.
Okay. And you told us also you're in agreement with all of them.
Yes.
Okay. So I want to talk about Mr. Alissa's schizophrenia specific, and I want to start with some of the positive symptoms that you became aware of from collateral resources prior to meeting with him. And you had told us that you and Dr. Torres went and met with some of Mr. Alissa's family members during the course of your evaluation.
Yes.
And they were able to tell you that there was a clear change some point after he graduated high school where he was becoming more withdrawn and less communicative.
Yes, they said that there were some changes along those lines, more social isolation and less communication when he was in high school. And then that increased after he graduated from high school.
They also told you about some odd behaviors that they noticed, which may be suggestive of paranoia in the years leading up to the events as well.
Yes.
Okay. And you told us about some of those, which included taping the camera on his laptop because he believed the FBI was monitoring him.
Yes.
Breaking a key fob from one of the family vehicles because he believed he was being tracked through it.
Yeah.
He would tell his siblings that he was being followed despite no one being able to see that anyone was following him.
Yes.
And they told you that Mr. Alissa had a genuine fear that he was being followed.
Yeah.
And they had no way to prove it. To them, it wasn't happening. And let me back up because I know the caveat of where you're going is with regards to some of his brothers talking about the FBI. Let's stick with Mr. Alissa's fear about genuinely being followed in regards to there were distinct times the family was able to tell you that Mr. Alissa believed people were actively following him when they were with him. They would look around, they would go out to vehicles, and none of it was true.
Yes, there were at least a few instances of exactly that kind of thing that we learned about. Yes.
They also noticed unusual behavior about sometimes seeing him laughing at things when it wasn't appropriate, or what appeared to be him talking to someone who wasn't there.
Yes, that didn't seem to be terribly common, but yes, they did note that they had observed those kinds of things on occasion.
Well, and what you told us, I guess, let me rephrase this and start from, Mr. Alissa lived with his family in a large home all together.
Yeah.
And there was lots of them living in that home.
Yeah.
Okay. And we heard you say that kind of how they describe things is Mr. Alissa would take his place on the couch, smoke his hookah, and everyone else just kind of goes about their business.
That's the way they portrayed it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And according to them, it would appear Mr. Alissa would be there in body, but not necessarily in mind.
Yes.
Okay. They also talked about the fact that he started to have a poor memory.
That was mentioned. Yes.
Losing his keys and his mom always having to help him find his keys.
Yeah, I don't recall that specifically, but I think that's possible. Yes.
And in addition to those positive symptoms that you learned from the family, you also know that Mr. Alissa himself said he was suffering from hallucinations, i.e. the voices we've spent time hearing about this afternoon.
Yes.
Okay. Now, one of the things that Mr. Kuffner asked you about was the positive symptoms that you observed during your evaluation with Mr. Alissa. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you said you didn't notice very many positive symptoms.
He did not report hearing voices during the times that we were actually with him. And at no point did we observe him behaving as if he was responding to voices or things he might have been seeing or anything that wasn't there.
And just to remind the jury, your interviews with Mr. Alissa started in February of 2024.
Correct.
He'd been at the state hospital since December of 2021.
Yes.
By the time you finally met with him, he was on a very significant antipsychotic.
When I first saw him, I believe he'd been taking clozapine for about 11 months.
Clozapine, the antipsychotic of last resorts.
Yeah.
And so it's not surprising in your expertise that if clozapine is working, it may have helped with Mr. Alissa's positive symptoms.
Yes, that's certainly possible.
Now, with regards to Mr. Alissa's negative symptoms, to you, Mr. Alissa is the poster child for negative symptoms.
He certainly exhibits significant and impairing negative symptoms, yes.
And tell the jury about that. Why do you say that?
The social isolation is quite limiting. His lack of willingness or inability to interact with other people, to talk with other people, is quite limiting. A negative symptom that I don't think we have mentioned so far is it's called amotivation. It's a lack of motivation, and he seems to have very low motivation, which means he's not going to be particularly inclined to do a lot of things to look after himself.
Which can include hygiene,
Grooming.
those types of things.
Yeah.
And fair to say, even in the short clips we saw, we could see some of the negative symptomology of Mr. Alissa.
Yes, I think so.
And you noticed this negative symptomology throughout all your interactions with him.
Yes.
But it wasn't just your interactions with him that we know how significant Mr. Alissa's negative symptoms are, because in the medical records from the state hospital where he'd been for over 2 years, it was documented throughout the significance of Mr. Alissa's negative symptoms.
Yes. I was not surprised to see the extent of the negative symptoms that he exhibited, because it had been so well documented leading up to that time.
And you had told us that as part of your procedure, you spoke with both the prosecution and the defense.
Yeah.
And the defense told you about their concerns with regards to Mr. Alissa's negative symptoms.
Yes, she did.
And how we'd seen them throughout the time we'd represented him.
Yes.
Which included from the day of the shooting.
Yes.
So I want to move on then to the prognosis of Mr. Alissa's schizophrenia. Now, we know that Mr. Alissa's schizophrenia is a chronic illness
Yes.
and that he'll forever need to be on an antipsychotic.
Most people who have schizophrenia, particularly more severe cases, require consistent medication to remain stable. Yes.
And when you said most severe cases, I saw you look over at Mr. Alissa.
Yes.
Fair to say he falls in that most severe realm that you're talking about?
I would submit that the fact that the negative symptoms, the severe negative symptoms that he exhibits, and the fact that they have not responded terribly well to even to clozapine would suggest that he does in fact have a severe case of schizophrenia. Yes.
All right, I'm going to move on now to talk about the sanity evaluation. And you told us that you and Dr. Torres collaborated together in doing this evaluation.
Yes, we did.
And you told us that you looked at lots of different materials.
Yes.
You met with Mr. Alissa's family, with the parties, trying to collect as much information as you could.
Yes.
You also told us that you met with Mr. Alissa on 5 different occasions.
Yes.
And when describing how the jury needs to decide whether or not Mr. Alissa is insane, that first part has to do with finding out or discovering whether or not he has a mental disease or defect.
Correct.
Okay. And you told us that there's no question in your mind that Mr. Alissa has a serious psychotic illness, mainly schizophrenia, that would rise to that level.
Yes. It certainly seems to me that his condition meets the definition of mental disease or defect as it's laid out in statute.
And although you can't be as confident to your ultimate opinion regarding Mr. Alissa's sanity at the time of the shooting, it's fair to say that you're more than confident that he does suffer from a serious psychotic illness that does reach the level of a mental disease or defect.
Yes.
And I just want to remind the jury that when you're looking at whether or not someone was insane, that is at the time of the offense.
Correct.
So just to give an example of something is I could plan a bank robbery, meaning I look up the bank I want to go to. I look at the different entrances of the bank, the hours about the bank, and then I drive to the bank. And at the moment I decide to rob the bank, I have a mental disease that rises to the level under the statute. And I have a psychotic illness that's affecting me to such a degree I don't know right from wrong. Even though I planned to rob that bank days, weeks, months before, I can still be insane at the time.
Theoretically, although I would hate to have to evaluate that.
Well, and let's be fair, this was a hard evaluation.
It was not the easiest one I've ever done, that's for sure.
Definitely not. And it wasn't just the massive amounts of discovery or the interviews you had to do. A huge part of this had to do with Mr. Alissa's negative symptoms.
Yes, I mean, I'm accustomed to dealing with cases that come with lots and lots of discovery. That wasn't the issue. It was his negative symptoms and our consequent inability to elicit a lot of information from him. That was probably the single biggest barrier that we encountered.
So let's talk a little bit more about that. So once you knew that Mr. Alissa qualified for the serious psychotic illness that reaches the level of a mental disease or defect, one of the next factors to go on to whether he can distinguish right from wrong.
Yes.
Okay. And in making this determination, you look at the facts of the case, but you also look to the information that the person is able to give you about their ability to understand right from wrong.
Correct.
Okay. And in this case, when you were evaluating Mr. Alissa, in your expert opinion, you could not entirely rule out the possibility that a psychotic thought process was in fact the motivating force behind his behavior or behind the shooting.
We could not definitively rule that out. No, that's correct.
And you were unable to obtain enough evidence to demonstrate that the presence of Mr. Alissa's mental disease or defect, meaning his psychotic illness of schizophrenia, precluded him from being able to understand right from wrong.
Correct.
So I kind of want to break that down because I just feel like you and I know what we're talking about and maybe not everybody else does. And so in this particular case, specifically with Mr. Alissa, you have someone who is suffering from a serious psychotic illness, correct?
Yes.
And as your role as an expert in determining sanity, you must consider facts and circumstances surrounding the incident itself that may show whether or not he knows right from wrong.
Yes.
And you also must rely on what he tells you.
Yes.
You must also rely on what he's able to tell you, particularly with regards to the facts and when the facts and circumstances don't give you enough information to know at the time whether or not he knew right from wrong. And I can rephrase that if you want, Doctor.
If you would, yes, please.
Sure. So what I was trying to inarticulately say is that if you consider just the facts of a case, so if you look at just the shooting itself, and you don't glean enough information from that to determine whether or not the person understood right from wrong, you need to lean in more from what they are able to tell you.
Yeah, and ideally, you have information from both of those general categories of data.
Absolutely.
And more often than not, we do. But yes, I mean, if you have difficulty gathering data in the facts of the case, then you need to rely more on interview or vice versa.
Well, and you told us that one of the most important things of why you meet with an individual is because almost the entirety of what you're relying on in making your determination is what the person is telling you.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
They're the primary source of information to figure out at the time whether or not they knew right from wrong.
Not only that, but they will, that is oftentimes going to be the fundamental source of information about what was going on between their ears, so to speak, at that time, or in the hours, days, weeks leading up to whatever event.
So Mr. Alissa had told you that he thought by committing the mass shooting, the voices would stop yelling.
He did say that at one point, yeah.
Okay. Mr. Alissa told you he committed the mass shooting because of the voices.
He said that once.
Okay.
Yes.
And although you questioned Mr. Alissa multiple times in multiple different ways, including using somewhat leading questions, he was never able to give you an explanation that clearly linked any psychotic experience he made that may have been the motivation to carrying out the shooting.
Yes, I think that's accurate. He at one time said that it was the voices. Why did you do the shooting? The voices. But that was it. We could not get any further explanation.
So this is, I mean, when I think about this, about what we're talking about, this is kind of what I'm thinking about, is you're asked to conduct a sanity evaluation on someone that you know suffers from a serious psychotic illness. You know that they suffer from significant negative symptoms. You know that they are heavily medicated on the medication of last resort, yet still having symptoms of their serious mental illness. And this is the person who needs to connect that the voices in their head was the motivation behind what they did.
We are sometimes asking the person to make sense of a situation that by its very nature does not make sense.
And that's what was going on here.
We don't know that.
But you don't know that it wasn't.
True.
I want to next move to some line of questioning with regards to right from wrong that Mr. Kuffner had asked you about, and he had shown you some clips with regards to when you're talking with Mr. Alissa, and one of the factors that you took into consideration, in your opinion, was the fact that he was aware that his behavior was a violation of the law.
Yes.
Okay, and we saw a few different clips that went around in regards to this.
Yes.
And again, this is in February of 2024 when you're interviewing Mr. Alissa.
Correct.
And this is at that point when he's saying, yeah, I knew it was against the law.
That's
Okay, this is after he's been put on an antipsychotic for a significant amount of time.
yes.
We have almost 3 years since the shooting itself happened.
Yes.
We know that he was a part of multiple different evaluations over the course of that 3 years.
Yes.
We know that he stayed and lived at the state hospital where he was receiving treatment for at least 2 years.
Yes.
And that is the point where he tells you that he's aware that he knew it was against the law.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, you're aware in Colorado that someone can know it's against the law and still not be able to tell right from wrong.
Yes.
So just because we saw those clips, and just because at the time, 3 years after the shooting, Mr. Alissa is able to tell you that he knew it was against the law, that alone is not enough to say he didn't know right from wrong at the time.
In and of itself, no, not necessarily.
Okay. And we'll get on to the other things that you came to. I just want to make sure we're all on the same page about what the law is. One of the other things that Mr. Kuffner attempted to do that I just want to clarify for the jury is he put up the clip and said, here is this 6-minute clip. And within that, he's not really telling us anything about the voices. And this is pretty much the way he was. Do you recall that line of questioning?
I'm not sure I know exactly which.
I'll try to be clearer on that. You saw a number of different clips of where Mr. Alissa talks about the voices.
Yes.
And at one point, Mr. Kuffner put together a combination of 2 clips about how Mr. Alissa was describing the voices. And in particular, that he was just saying the voices, that they were yelling, not really giving you any real substance about the voices.
Yeah, and that was not uncommon.
Exactly.
We got that kind of response from him pretty frequently.
And I just want to make sure that in no way, by agreeing with Mr. Kuffner about that 6-minute clip, that the jury should just consider just 6 minutes of your 6-hour evaluation. Would you agree with that?
Well, that's a small proportion of the total time we spent with him. Again, as I said, though, it's a response of just the voices was not uncommon.
No, he said that a lot.
Yes, he did.
And you told us one of the most difficult parts, and I think you maybe even used the word frustrating parts of conducting this evaluation was with Mr. Alissa is he just couldn't give you more.
Yes, and it was frustrating. It made it very challenging, and it was frustrating at times because we attempted repeatedly to get information from him, and
He didn't give it to you,
without success.
right? And you told us also you don't like to use leading questions. You try to stay as far away from leading questions as you possibly can. But with Mr. Alissa, you're kind of at the end of your ropes. Let's just see if he'll give us something if we lead him right to it. Correct?
Pretty much, yes.
And
Yes.
he didn't bite. He didn't give it to you.
No,
You got nothing.
that's pretty accurate, yes.
And very consistent with having significant negative symptoms.
It certainly is, yes.
Right. And it's by no means in Mr. Alissa's best interest not to give you more information.
It certainly would have been more helpful to us if he had been able to tell us something more. Yeah.
Well, both you and Dr. Torres during the course of the interview, in essence, say to Mr. Alissa, you know, it's going to be more helpful if we can get more information. It's going to be better for you if you tell us more. And yet you got nothing.
Yes, we did tell him that providing such minimal information was not helping him.
And you tried that throughout these 6 hours.
We certainly made comments to that effect more than once, yes. I don't recall exactly how often, but
A lot. One of the things that was brought up on direct is the fact that prior to the shooting, there were no records or reports about Mr. Alissa receiving any mental health treatment prior to the shooting.
yes.
Okay. And one of the things you told us about is that you interviewed the family and spoke with them about Mr. Alissa.
Yes,
And you spoke to them at length about him as a child, him growing up, those types of things, trying to gather information from that.
Yeah.
And you also told us about the fact that it's important in your evaluations that you take into consideration any cultural aspects or considerations that need to be thought of.
yes,
And in Mr. Alissa's specific case, you know that he's an immigrant from Syria.
yes,
And all of his family is as well.
yes.
And with that, brought some cultural considerations on how they view things differently than, say, someone in America. Would you agree with that?
Yes,
Okay. And it also had different aspects due to their religion on how they may have viewed certain things with Mr. Alissa that some of us may say, something's going on with him, where they thought something different.
at least some of them did, yes,
Yeah. His father is one of the people who talked to you about that.
yes,
And in specifically what I'm going towards is the fact for them, when they saw Mr. Alissa doing some things that may be considered odd, or an example you told us about is when his father told you that in the middle of the night, Mr. Alissa is saying there's someone in the bathroom, there's someone in the bathroom, and there's no one there. They thought he might have been possessed.
yes.
Okay.
They invoked an entity in Middle Eastern culture called a jinn. That's an entity that can affect a person rather badly. And it was interesting that it was Mr. Alissa's father and his two older sisters in particular that were suggesting most strongly that it was a jinn that was at play here. The younger ones, not so much.
And this is when you were talking to them just in the spring of 2024.
Yes,
So long after the shooting.
yes.
One of the things, let me strike that. I am going to hand you what I have marked as Defendant's Exhibit A, if I may approach, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
And Defendant's Exhibit A is the entire competency evaluation, all 6 hours that you completed with Mr. Alissa this last spring.
The sanity evaluation.
Sanity evaluation, yes. And you know that because you reviewed them and initialed them?
I did.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time I move to admit Defense Exhibit A.
Judge, we've stipulated to the admission.
It's admitted.
Now, throughout all 4 of these videos on 4 different occasions over the course of 3 months, it appears, at least to me, and you were closer than I was, but that Mr. Alissa is wearing the same black sweatshirt.
Yes.
Okay. We see that throughout all of these videos, he's fidgety.
Yes.
Okay. He'll yawn, act like he's tired. Would you agree with that?
Yes. We most frequently saw him in the morning, and he told us on at least a couple of occasions that he had been awakened to come to the interview room. So we woke him up.
Understanding that. And he'd appear sometimes disinterested in what's going on. Would you agree with that as well?
He gave that appearance at times, yes.
So I want to start with February 6th, and that was the first time that you met with Mr. Alissa, and it was just shy of 2 hours. Does that sound correct?
Yes.
Okay. And throughout the course of that interview, would you agree that Mr. Alissa would answer with 1 or 2 words?
Most often, yes.
Okay. Appeared to be quite curt when he's answering your questions.
Yes.
He used a lot of I don't knows.
Yes.
Okay. I don't want to talk about it.
Yeah.
Okay. And then sometimes we'd see a head shake or a head nod to an answer.
Yes.
Okay. But you told us overall he refused to talk about lots of different things throughout your interaction with him,
Yes.
even if it would have been in his best interest to talk with you,
Yes.
or even if it was something benign of why wouldn't you just answer this? He may give you, I don't want to talk about it, or I don't know.
Yes.
Okay. You told us and talked at length a little bit about in this interview how you were trying to gather background information about Mr. Alissa. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And when you were discussing it, to me, it came off like you were having this conversation with him, like say if you or I were at the coffee shop. I want to make sure the jury understands more of how, when you speak with Mr. Alissa, it really is. Do you understand where I'm going with this?
Well, I think so. And I think the video clips that we saw earlier
Demonstrate that.
more characterized how the interaction went. We would pose an open-ended question and get a very, very brief answer. And then when we attempted to get some clarification or a little amplification, we got nowhere.
So he in no way throughout any of these videos that we see in Defense Exhibit A is going on and on about, you know, being born in Syria and then coming to the United States and then going back to Syria and having a great childhood. That's not happening.
No, that was not the narrative that he provided.
So at the beginning of this evaluation, Mr. Alissa is very apprehensive if he even wants to do the evaluation. Would you
Yeah.
agree with that?
Yes,
And you and Dr. Torres try to explain to him the purpose of the evaluation,
yes,
and he still doesn't seem convinced he wants to do it.
yes. It took a while before he agreed to participate.
And one of his concerns is how long is it going to take?
Yes,
Now, again, you're meeting with Mr. Alissa to conduct a not guilty by reason of insanity evaluation.
right,
He is charged with lots of counts, including first-degree murder.
yes,
And his defense is not guilty by reason of insanity.
yes,
A component of that, or a data point for the jury to consider, is the evaluation you and Dr. Torres are going to conduct.
yes,
And Mr. Alissa doesn't know if he wants to do it. At least as he expresses to you.
that's what he said.
And his concern is how long is it going to be?
That was part of his concern.
Now, one of the things you ask him in this eval, which kind of gives us more insight to Mr. Alissa and his symptomology and serious mental illness, is do you recall asking him about whether or not he's having any stress or any stressors right now?
Yes, not real clearly, but I do recall asking something about that.
He doesn't mention being charged with murder, doesn't mention the possibilities of what could happen. His is the time. How long is this going to take?
That was part of it.
You ask him at one point, who's responsible for you being here? Who's responsible for this offense? Do you recall that?
I'm not recalling it in exactly that form.
There's specific here. Give me 1 second. Dr. Torres asks, who do you think is responsible for you being here in the hospital? Mr. Alissa says, no idea. Dr. Torres says, do you think there's anyone responsible for this alleged offense in your arrest? And he shakes his head no. Do you recall that?
Not real clearly, but yes, I know that basic interaction took place, yes.
And again, we have the video. The jury can watch the video and see everything. There's a lot there.
Yeah, there's 6 hours of stuff. I don't recall every minute of it. But I'm not questioning that took place.
Okay. Another thing at one point he's asked about is whether or not he felt anything when he got shot. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And no, that's his response.
Yes.
What else we see in this first interview and what you and Dr. Torres are, attempting to get some information out from him is you confront him with some of this collateral information you had from his family, specifically about the computer, the key fob, some of that paranoia stuff. You ask him about that. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And he tells you he doesn't want to talk about it.
Yes.
You bring up the fact that, you say people were following you. Your family said that's something you did. His response is, I don't want to talk about it.
Yeah.
That sound right?
Yes.
Okay. And again, these are things that could be helpful for him overall to admit,
Potentially, yes.
right? It wouldn't
Yeah.
hurt him in any way to say, yeah, I was paranoid. Yeah, I thought people were following me.
Yeah.
And he doesn't do that. You go on to confront him in areas of other collateral information that you've substantiated. And again, Mr. Alissa does himself help in one regard is talking about being bullied And there's documentation through the records that this happened and you heard it through the family. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And you asked Mr. Alissa about that, correct?
yes,
And he denies it.
he did, yes.
Okay. You bring up the fact that his family wanted to arrange a marriage for him and that he had bought a ring. And again, this is substantiated through collateral information, correct?
Yes,
And Mr. Alissa says, I don't want to talk about it. Do you recall that?
yes, I do.
And then there's actually a follow-up saying, well, are you denying that it happened? And he said, yeah, I'm denying that ever happened. Correct?
Yeah.
Okay. He tells you that at one point when there's conversations about how he decided to go to the King Soopers, that he went to the King Soopers a couple days before.
Yeah.
And that's something he volunteered,
Yes, he did.
right? That's not necessarily a helpful thing for him.
Not necessarily, no.
Okay. But he tells you, hey, I went to the King Soopers a couple days before.
Yes,
And you know through collateral information, that's not true.
Judge, I'm going to object to that. I think it calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Your Honor, if I can briefly respond, you can
Rephrase the question.
the collateral information that you reviewed never supported the fact that Mr. Alissa had been at the King Soopers the day or days before.
correct. Yeah, we found, we didn't find anything to indicate that he had made a trip to Boulder at all in the few days prior to the offense.
Is this a good time to take a break?
It is, Your Honor.
Let me remind you of the admonition. Please follow it as you have. Thank you. And we'll see you at 3:45.
I can't. The jury is. I couldn't. Because the crazy. Those are the videos not like that.
You have to just serve the check.
Okay. The order that is like. I was sorry.
It's doing for the rest of the style. One of those just keep.
I understand. Fortunately, they have. Wait. Yeah.
I better draw my clips yet. Probably half hour. 40 minutes. Oh, okay. No. No. Yeah. Yeah. Questioning degree stuff. She has. Yeah. No.
It's gonna be wrong.
All right, bring in the jury, please. No. Thank you. Be seated. Whenever you're ready, Ms. Harold.
Thank you, Judge. Dr. Gray, we were talking about the February 6th, 2024 evaluation. So just bringing us all back there. And I am going to play some clips from that particular evaluation. And this is when I had asked you earlier about Mr. Alissa knowing who may be responsible for the crime. So just to give you a heads up of what we're going to watch.
Who do you think is responsible for you being here in this hospital?
No idea.
Do you think there's anyone responsible for this alleged offense in your arrest?
And in this particular clip, we can see Mr. Alissa in that same sweatshirt. We're going to continue to see him in.
Yes.
Okay.
Who do you think is responsible?
All right, I'm going to go to another clip and just to orientate us to what we are looking at. This is with regards to you and Dr. Torres trying to get more information from Mr. Alissa in this particular evaluation.
So this may be a little more difficult. But it's what you can about what was going on the day you got arrested, the days leading up to that? Yelling voices. I'm sorry, yelling voices. On the day you got arrested. And you said yelling voices, so was there more than one? This time, this one. What were they saying to you? You couldn't tell. And was that, well, how disruptive was that for you? No. About? So you got up that morning with the voices yelling. But there you got up. Did they wake you up? No. How did all that go?
So this is one of those examples, you know, at the beginning of this clip, we hear you say, kind of giving him an FYI, this is important, you know, I'm trying to get information from you. You're trying to dig in more about these voices. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you ask a number of follow-up questions and we just get the voices, just the yelling. He's not giving you anything more.
No new information. No, that's correct.
Okay. So moving on to February 20th, this interview with Mr. Alissa was approximately an hour and 22 minutes.
I believe that's about right. Yes.
Okay. So approximately 2 weeks after you met with him the first time.
Yes.
And it's you and Dr. Torres again going in to meet with him?
Yes.
Okay. And when you first go in to meet with him, this time he expresses some issues with being recorded. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And he didn't mention anything in that first evaluation. This is the first time you're hearing him say anything about not wanting to be recorded.
We had actually met with him briefly in the week in between the first and second interviews when he refused to come to the interview room. We went back to the treatment unit to talk with him, and he did at that time express some concerns about the video recording.
And did he express those in ways that was one of the reasons he didn't want to meet with you that time?
He did not clearly articulate that. It seemed like it, but we had to read between several lines to get to that.
Something you oftentimes have to do with Mr. Alissa?
Yes.
So you told us that you visited him over the weekend, tried to do a recording on February 20th. He does come into the room and then you talk about the issues with the recording a little bit.
Yeah.
Fair to say again, he doesn't really elaborate about it.
No, that's correct.
Doesn't give you a lot of information of why it's bothering him.
Yes, that's right.
And then he goes on to talk about the fact that he doesn't even understand why he has to do this evaluation.
Yes.
He brings up the fact that he's done lots of other evaluations and he doesn't want to really do this evaluation.
Yes, he seemed still not to fully understand that this evaluation was focused differently.
And so you and Dr. Torres go through with Mr. Alissa. This is a not guilty by reason of insanity evaluation. We've been ordered from the court to do this, those types of things of reorientating him to what this evaluation's about.
And emphasizing for him that this is a different kind of evaluation from the ones he's been through previously.
And you ultimately get him to confirm, again, he'll do it.
Yes,
But his first question is, how long is this going to take?
yes,
Now, again, during the course of this evaluation, he gives you very curt answers.
yes,
Okay. We hear multiple I don't knows again.
yes,
We hear I don't want to talk about it.
yes,
And then we have some head shakes and nods.
yes,
So again, very consistent presentation between the February 6th evaluation and the February 20th evaluation.
yes.
Another consistent thing we see in this evaluation is that you attempt to bring up some of the paranoid behavior that his family talked about prior to the shooting, the key fob, the computer. You go back to that to see where he's at today.
Yes,
Okay. And again, he denies it.
yeah,
One of the things that you learned through collateral information is that prior to the shooting, he had breakfast with his mother. Do you recall learning that?
yes,
Okay. And so one of the things you ask him about in this evaluation is with regards to the day of the shooting, you know, did you have breakfast with your mother? Did you have breakfast? Something along those lines.
yes,
Again, you're taking collateral information that you believe to be true. You heard it from someone else and confronting with Mr. Alissa with that.
yeah,
And he denies it.
yeah.
This may be
Really don't know how to use technology that well.
All right, so I'm going to show you some clips from the February 20th evaluation. And this is in regards to, again, you and Dr. Torres trying to find more out about the voices, which we know is a common theme of all of the evaluations you conducted with him.
Why did you want to commit a mass shooting? Why? Did you ever stop questioning the voice about them? Did you ever think you could question the voices about them? Were they instructing you? Did you feel as though you had a choice? Help us understand that.
there was a point when
Okay. How did that make you feel like you didn't have a choice?
there was a work with the commissioner.
Did you say was the voice that committed it?
Yeah. The voice was.
In what way?
Just kill and stuff.
Did you feel as though you had control of your own body?
So I'm just going to stop there for a second. And in this line of questioning, again, Dr. Torres is really trying to get him to talk about these voices. And you spoke with Mr. Kufter on direct kind of about this of seeing if they're commanding him to do something or telling him to do something or what these voices are. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
Kind of giving him some prompts again. Give us more, Mr. Alissa. Help us out here. We want to understand what's going on.
Yeah,
Because this is important.
very much so.
And he just says it's the voices.
He did at one point say that he was not being instructed by the voices.
Yes. And he also says, though, that it was the voices that committed it.
Yes.
And he also told you that he didn't feel like he had a choice.
Yes, he did say that.
But that we're helping that are doing much. What was it about the supers that made you sign on?
Before we went into the second part of this clip, there's kind of a pause. Fair to say there'd be different times where you and Dr. Torres were kind of formulating where you should go next
Yes.
and trying to just figure out how to get more information from Mr. Alissa?
Yeah, we were on more than one occasion kind of stumped as far as what direction we might be able to go next to try and get more information.
Because he's just not giving you anything.
Not very much, no.
I'm going to move on now to a clip with regards to that day and trying to get more information out about the day of the shoot.
And so you made the 30-minute drive to Boulder. I'm sorry, to Boulder, yeah. And you pulled into the King Cooper parking lot. Yeah. What happened next?
Now, fair to say, throughout all the interviews with Mr. Alissa, it's hard to hear him sometimes.
Yes.
He talks very softly.
He speaks softly. The acoustics in the room are not ideal. And in honesty, my hearing isn't as acute as it used to be.
During that clip, you're talking about what had happened that day, and you had said, so you made the 30-minute drive, and he says to Boulder.
Right.
And then you actually asked for a clarification, and he says Boulder again. And then you say, yeah, and you pulled into the King Supers parking lot. Mr. Alissa responds, yes. Do you recall hearing that?
Yes.
And then you go, what happened next? And Mr. Alissa says, I started hearing voices like the killing voices. Then I opened up the car door and started shooting. That's what we hear in that clip.
I did not hear that clearly.
Okay, do you want to listen to it again?
Sure.
Just make sure I'm on the right one.
And so you made the 30-minute drive to Boulder. I'm sorry, to Boulder, yeah. And you pulled into the King Cooper parking lot. Yeah. What happened? 40 minutes joined.
Are you able to hear the killing voices in that video?
I heard him say he heard the voices. I did not hear killing.
You
Perhaps-
did tell us your hearing's not the greatest, as it always was.
Yes,
Okay, and we do know the jury's going to have access to this so they can listen to it, and the acoustics aren't the greatest in the courtroom as well. But my belief of what we heard was I started hearing voices like killing voices. Then I opened up the car door and started shooting. And just so we're clear, this came from the February 20th interview with Mr. Alissa.
yes,
Okay, which would have been the second time you met with him, the second CD in that packet of Defendant's Exhibit A?
yes.
Okay. Now, we heard about the fact through Mr. Kuffner's videos that Mr. Alissa had a plan to die that day. Do you recall those videos?
Yes.
And he told you that, right?
Yes, he did.
And you're aware through the collateral information that he actually wore a tactical vest to the King Supers?
He wore a carrier vest, but he had no plates in it. So it offered no protection.
So fair to say that may support wanting to die? Or doesn't negate it? Maybe that's a better question.
It certainly doesn't negate it. I mean, if his intent was to protect himself, he didn't do a very good job with that.
But he told you that wasn't his intent. His intent was to die that day.
Yes, he did.
And we heard in one of the clips, the intent to die that day was because he didn't want to go to jail.
Yes.
Okay. But what we know what happened that day is actually Mr. Alissa stripped down to his boxers, correct?
Yes.
And surrendered.
Yes.
And he was cooperative when he surrendered.
Yes. He complied with commands and
And that would be inconsistent to wanting to die that day.
yes, it would appear that perhaps he changed his mind.
Or had voices in his head telling him things and that stopped?
Cannot definitively rule that out.
One of the symptoms of schizophrenia and, you know, some of the things you saw with Mr. Alissa is how it affects his executive functioning. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And throughout the course of the evaluation, there'd be little areas where we may see a flavor of this. Would you agree with that? Let me give you an example.
Yes, please.
Might be much easier
Yeah.
of where I'm going. At some point during the course of the evaluation, and this is towards the end of that second evaluation with Mr. Alissa, you talked to him about what he would do if he had a disagreement with his attorneys. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to play that video for us and then we can talk about kind of what that tells us.
So you said if you had a disagreement with them, they're likely to do nothing. How do you usually handle disagreements?
I don't think we have any sort of,
Okay.
what I would,
What you did.
Can you like quick it up, please? Pause it if you have any. Well, you know, when you work with someone else, especially if it's over a period of time, you'll disagree about something. Right, Dr. Torres and I work together a lot. We do not disagree about them. But we have to find a way to work that out. How would you do that with your attorney?
So there's an example. We're talking, or you're talking about something with Mr. Alissa that's somewhat benign. Would you agree with that?
Reasonably so, yes.
Right? And you're trying to get an idea of how or what he would do if he was having disagreements with his defense counsel.
Correct.
And you guys ask him that in a couple different ways. And his response is, I don't have disagreements.
Yep.
So he is not responding to your question. Would you agree with that?
In a sense, he was, but in a very concrete way.
And you say concrete way. What does that mean?
He was interpreting the question in a very simplistic way. And so his analysis of what was being asked was well, I hate to use the word simplistic again, but it certainly was lacking in sophistication.
And concrete thinking is a prominent negative symptom of schizophrenia. It can be.
It can be. I mean, concrete thinking by itself can mean any of a number of things.
But with someone with schizophrenia, what does it tell you?
Again, it can mean multiple things. I mean, you see concrete thinking in people who have limited intellectual functioning, although that didn't seem to be the case here. But there are some other factors that can come into play. But it does comport with the prominent presentation of negative symptoms.
Particularly with Mr. Alissa and the prominent negative symptoms he has.
Or with anyone who exhibits this kind of symptom presentation. Yeah.
Absolutely, but we're talking about Mr. Alissa, right?
Sure.
Okay. All right, then I want to go to the very end of the evaluation and or excuse me, I'm going to take that back. So this is approximately an hour and 19 minutes into this second evaluation with Mr. Alissa, and you've spent a lot of time trying to figure out about the voices and what they are. Do you recall all of that?
In general terms, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And as you've told us, he's not giving you much of anything.
Yes.
And then he goes on to say, is this a sanity evaluation? Kind of like out of nowhere asking you almost towards the end of this eval and wondering if it's not like the other evals that he had?
Yeah, I don't have a clear recollection of that, but I believe that took place. Yeah.
And that's in the second interview where you had a lengthy conversation with him at the beginning of the evaluation about what the purpose of this evaluation was.
We had that conversation with him at the beginning of the first evaluation, again at the beginning of that meeting, and we touched on it also when we went back to the treatment unit in the week in between, trying to get him to come talk with us. So it was not the first time that he had been told that.
And yet we still see he's not clear on what the evaluation is.
Yes.
I'm going to move on to March 21st. And during this interview, you met with Mr. Alissa for approximately an hour and 56 minutes.
That sounds right, yeah.
Okay. Fair to say similar demeanor that we saw in the other videos?
Oh, yeah.
Same way of answering the questions, very curt or simple?
Unelaborated, yeah.
Okay. And continues to deny information that you know from collateral resources to be true?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to play a video, and to orient the jury, you had told us that when you spoke to the family, they had believed that maybe he had been possessed by a jinn. So this is something you bring up to him, just to give you an idea of where we're going.
So you said you're. You got a chance to, speak with your family. And they brought up, I think, so that's what I just asked you about. It has to do with your ethnicity being Muslim. They talked to us about how it's maybe not uncommon for the FBI to be watching out for the things that you do simply because of your ethnicity. Did you ever feel that way? Did you ever think that the FBI was somehow following you? What do you tell us you did?
Yeah, okay.
And I'm going to pause there because that was hard to hear. We have Mr. Alissa saying, yeah, but I don't think the FBI was following me. Is that what you heard, Dr. Gray?
Yes, I think so. I think so.
Now, but your presence, you're told about you taking over the camera on your computer and breaking a key fob. And they said that you had told them it was because the FBI was using that to follow you. Right. And I can appreciate you not wanting to talk about some of these things, Mr. Alissa. And I want to respect your right to do that. But I need to tell you this, it's not helping this situation. To keep all of that information to yourself. It's making things a lot more difficult.
Fair to say that's one of those times you're trying to kind of wave the flag at him of say you're not helping yourself at all right now?
But yeah,
Expressing some of the frustration you're having of him not giving you anything?
well, I hope my frustration wasn't too obvious. But yeah, wanted to let him know that more information was going to be more helpful.
We just want to understand what was going on and wonder what you were worried about. In what way, though? The voice that are somehow connected to the commissioner.
Yeah.
How?
Yeah.
What were they saying? What were they yelling?
Nothing worth like going to.
What did you think about How did you interpret that? Well, how does hearing voices yelling result you coming up your computer, breaking the computer, breaking a key fob?
Did you speak any Arabic? I speak English, a little bit Arabic, a little bit Arabic. What language were the voices yelling in? It was just forms of like the words are in. Okay. So it wasn't real words. Some of your brothers and sisters and your father also said some of these things that you were experiencing were because of the jinn. This one. Okay. What do you think of the idea that a jinn was involved in all this? Do you think they're
I'm going to pause right there. Why did you ask Mr. Alissa whether or not he thought maybe a jinn was involved in any of this?
We wanted to find out the extent to which he was perhaps following that same line of thinking that his father and his older siblings were following, and to begin to maybe get a little bit of a handle on how he was understanding what was going on with him. What's up with the voices? Where are they coming from? What do they mean? That kind of thing.
So maybe the voices are coming from a jinn,
Maybe.
right? But again, you get nothing from Mr. Alissa.
Correct.
So you're giving him prompts, again, things you don't often like to do, but in this situation kind of feel like you don't have a lot of choice. And he just doesn't give you anything.
Correct.
things as a jinn? You say you don't know, does that mean that you're just not sure? Or you don't really believe it, or? Maybe it's like from the chair, the voices. See the voice of the Definitely will be pretty helpful. Can you explain this to us? Where do they come from? What sorts of things are they capable of? Are they evil? Are they there to help you? Or are they? Would you ever worry that maybe a German
and how long time it help you.
And so you were hearing before the yelling, screaming. If it wasn't a gin, then what was causing that? What was that about? I think it was a gin. You think it was a gin?
I think there might be another reason. Why do you think the gin would be that?
I have no idea.
So you have this I think use the word interaction with Mr. Alissa about the gin, about what it is. And towards the end of that, we hear he says, well, maybe it was, but he'd already told you he doesn't think it was. Right? So within that short period of time, we're getting different answers to questions you're trying to just gather information from.
And I was a little concerned at that point that perhaps we had led him to that.
But it turns out you didn't. In regards to when we see where you go from there is, let me rephrase that. So I appreciate where you're saying the leading. You bring up the gin, you talk about the gin. So you're kind of inserting this idea that maybe it was the gin that had something to do with the voices. When we talk about leading, that's what you're talking about.
That sort of thing, and not inconceivable also that perhaps he just saw that as a way to get us to stop asking about it.
Talk to us about that.
A hypothesis that we worked with and that we can't really prove one way or the other is that part of what was motivating Mr. Alissa throughout these interviews was simply a reluctance to be considered mentally ill, a desire not to be thought of as, for lack of a better term, crazy. And that's something that we do see. And so sometimes if he just says, I don't know enough, we stop asking. And so we avoid the issue of whether he has a mental illness. If I say, yes, I think it was a gin, they'll leave me alone about this.
And that's something you saw in different parts during different interviews with Mr. Alissa?
It was something that we wondered about with things such as his tendency to often answer, I don't know, to questions that sometimes pretty clearly he did know.
And would you agree that it would not be in Mr. Alissa's best interest to be seen as not mentally ill? I did a bunch of negatives there and I see Mr. Kuffner giving me a look. It's in his best interest to be mentally ill, where he's finding himself right now.
Or he's dealing with competing interests here, competing concerns. Yes, he potentially recognizes that to be found not guilty by reason of insanity would be to his benefit, but he still doesn't want to be crazy. Which in and of itself doesn't make sense, but let's face it, not all of this does make sense.
A lot of it doesn't make sense.
Yes. So again, I cannot definitively say that that's what was going on, but it is something that we did wonder about.
Okay. You then go on to go back to the voices and let's listen to this clip.
And then there's a number of times like today that in spoken to you where you mentioned the voice of the voice screaming in response to her asking a question of an action. You know, whether that's with the computer or breaking the keyboard or even with this shooting. But it's unclear what it was about the voices that resulted in you taking this action.
Was there?
Yeah, could you explain to us, why would you very keyboard in response to voices screaming?
There was the thing on my eye, so let me get it on that.
What did you think about that?
Yeah, I was in the right place for the way that.
What do you mean you weren't in the right place because of the voices?
But we're not in the place for the way that.
Okay. Your mind was all over the place. Can you explain to us a bit more what you mean by that?
It's nothing else. So part of what I'm confused about is how the voices yelling at you relate to bringing a key fob with that. Maybe gonna make the voices stop or. I just want to maybe our place by. Can you maybe try to explain it?
Even if it doesn't make sense.
What the so,
So again, we're seeing you and Dr. Torres trying to get something from Mr. Alissa in regards to the voices,
Yes,
and you're not getting anything.
correct.
Again, a continued struggle we see throughout.
Yes.
All right, also in this video, you and Dr. Torres try to get an idea of, why the King Supers, why he picked that particular one. And a question that's asked is, how did you decide where to commit the King Supers? Do you recall that?
Yes.
And he tells you it was just random.
I don't think he used the word random, but that was the gist of it. Yeah.
And you bring up the fact that there's a King Supers right by his house.
Yes.
And again, it was random. The gist of it, according to you,
Yeah,
or your
the gist
memory?
of it, there was no clear explanation as to why that particular location.
Again, there's a discussion about his plan to die that day. So going back to similar topics, trying to get more information from him, right?
Yeah.
Again, not getting much of anything.
Correct?
And we know about the plan to die. We know that he surrendered that day.
Yes.
Okay. You then go on and bring up, COVID and how that may or may not have affected him. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you were aware from the interviews with the family that in November of 2020, the family all got COVID,
Yes.
including Mr. Alissa.
Yeah.
And you're also aware that COVID is known to have effects that can exacerbate someone who has significant mental illness.
I don't know. I don't have any specific information about that.
Okay. But Mr. Alissa did have COVID in November of 2020,
Yes. I believe
according
so.
to his family.
I believe so.
And so you bring up, let's talk about COVID, what your life was like during COVID, kind of switching topics from the voices to COVID. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And while you're having, talking to him about COVID, he makes statements along the lines of, it doesn't really affect people my age. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And that he's too young to be killed by COVID.
Yes.
And Dr. Torres asked, it sounds like you weren't worried about it. And he says, yeah, no, it's not such a big deal. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes.
Okay. You also know from the family that according to them, after Mr. Alissa had COVID, their observations, they noticed changes in him with regards to what we now know to be his schizophrenia. Specifically in hygiene and weight gain and even more seclusion from the rest of the family.
And I don't recall hearing or seeing anything where they were tying that directly to COVID.
Okay.
There was it was noted that some of his symptom presentation, largely negative symptoms, did seem to increase.
Okay. And we'll hear from the family next week so we can follow up with them. All right, then we have the April 9th of 2024 interview, and this was significantly shorter. It was only 40 minutes. And again, at the beginning of the conversation, there's talk about how long the video is going to be. And I can't remember if it was you or Dr. Torres who said this will be fast. Do you recall that?
We let him know this one would be shorter than the others.
Okay.
Yeah.
And he reminds you he's tired anyways?
Yeah.
Again, showing this disinterest?
Yeah.
Okay. And fair to say, similar demeanor than in the last 3 videos that we watched?
Pretty much, yes.
Same short, curt answers that we've seen?
Yeah, he gave us perhaps a little bit more information, but not much.
Again, you bring up collateral information that's inconsistent to some of the statements he'd shared with you. For example, you say, well, we looked into the school thing and it appears you never actually were registered for classes. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes.
And you got his school records, so you had seen those.
Yeah.
And he goes, no, I registered.
Yes.
Right.
He was insistent that he had registered for classes,
And again, something kind of benign in the big picture of things. Would you agree with that?
yes, we didn't put a whole lot of weight into that, but it was curious.
Well, and it's just another point of why would he, let me rephrase that. Where you have collateral information, you have records that you know that something did not happen, And he's saying, yes, yes, it did happen.
Yes.
And then again, you go back to the voices and trying to get more from what he can articulate to you about these voices. Agree with that?
I believe that. I don't recall the exact sequence of questions that we asked, but that's sounds reasonable. Yes.
We're going to go. So this is the April 9th interview.
We've asked this question before as well. First of all, we've asked, so you said the voices are what caused or resulted in you conducting a mass shooting. You said that's just what moved your head from their yelling. Can you think more of that? What's that?
It's kind of hard to hear that again.
Yes. Yes.
And Dr. Torres actually tries to ask for clarification about that. And what Mr. Alissa says in response to her inquiry is, I mean, the consistent voices, they made me commit the mass shooting. Were you able to hear that?
No, I did not hear that.
Okay. And again, this is in the April 9th, 2024 video. We're approximately 20 minutes in. Sound about right?
Yes.
Okay. You continue to try and get more information about the voices.
Or any of these actions intended to stop the voices? What's that? Can you say more? Okay. What made you think that?
I don't want the voice wanted, I'm not shooting.
You thought if you committed a mass shooting, then the voices might stop yelling at you because you had done what you thought they had wanted?
So this is one area where we get a little bit more from Alissa. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And in this exchange, Dr. Torres asks, were any of these actions intended to stop the voices? And Mr. Alissa said, to some extent.
Yes.
And then what's that? So again, making sure we're hearing what he's saying. And he says again, to some extent. And she follows up, can you tell me more about that?
Yes.
And then he says, maybe if I committed the mass shooting, the voices would go away. Correct?
Yes.
And then she says, okay, what made you think that? And he says, I thought that's what the voices wanted, was a mass shooting.
Yes.
And then Dr. Torres says, so you thought if you committed a mass shooting, then the voices might stop yelling at you because you had done what you thought they had wanted. And Mr. Alissa says, yes.
Yes.
So this gives us some insight, although minimal, of what may have been going on in his head at the time.
Possibly, yes.
Okay. But he doesn't elaborate any more than that.
Correct.
And would you say that when you and Dr. Torres, were considering what your opinion was going to be and the difficulties with Mr. Alissa, these were definitely points you took into consideration?
Oh, yeah.
But for you and her in your evaluation, they ultimately weren't enough.
Well, they weren't enough, and with that statement that I thought that's what the voices wanted, we couldn't get around the idea that this was ultimately a self-serving motivation. There wasn't any sort of command. The world was not going to be destroyed if he did not do this. Nothing of that nature. It was simply to make the voices stop so that I would be less uncomfortable. And
For you, that wasn't enough.
well, for me, that makes me think there were other options available.
Okay. And we know, at least from what Mr. Alissa is able to tell us, is that there are these screaming voices.
Yes.
And it's unclear how consistent these screaming voices are, but they are screaming or yelling in his head.
Yes.
And we get to this point after 4 interviews of trying to figure out what more he can give you. He finally gives you, I thought they would stop if I committed the mass shooting.
Yes.
So in thinking about that and thinking of where Mr. Alissa may have found himself, he has these screaming voices in his head screaming at him. He can't hear any words, at least that he can articulate to you or Dr. Torres. But these screaming voices are going on in his head, and somehow there's a connection for him that he needs to commit this mass shooting. Would you agree with that?
He was conveying that that was a motivation for him to do it. Yeah.
The voices were the motivation for him of why he committed the mass shooting.
Yes, that's the clear inference there.
And the belief that the voices would stop.
Yeah. Actually, let me walk that back just a little bit. Sure. Because I'm not sure I would call it a belief that the voices would stop. It to an extent sounded like maybe that was what he hoped.
That the voices would stop. So he wasn't even sure.
Yeah, I don't think he was convinced that it would make the voices stop, but he thought it might and hoped that it would.
Because he had these screaming voices in his head. Okay. And then we're going to go on to another clip where we get a little bit more information about the voices that are screaming in his head.
Or any of the
your father and Ali and 1 or 2 of your older sisters all think that you were being influenced by it in I worked with you, Admissibility, all that. I've got the impression, and perhaps I'm wrong about this, I got the impression that you're not really sure you believe in Jen. I don't know. That's the way to look at it. Did you ever think maybe you could go see a psychiatrist or a psychologist or someone to talk about that?
We're about to get to a scenario that you proposed to Mr. Alissa about if there was 1 or 2 police cars sitting right in front of the King Soopers parking lot at the time he was going to do the shooting, would he have gone ahead and done that? Do you recall where I'm going?
Yes.
Why did you ask that question?
That's a fairly classic question that is sometimes thought to get at the issue of right from wrong. If a person says, no, I wouldn't do it, if there's a police officer standing right there, that implies that the person recognizes that that would be the wrong thing to do.
Okay, so let's watch what Mr. Alyssa told us.
I think I asked something like this before, but if there has been one or two police cars sitting right there in the King Soopers parking lot when you pulled in, would you have gone ahead and done this anyway? Yeah. You think so?
Why do you think that?
I'm sorry.
Does the ones that have control over them?
Yeah.
Can you explain that?
The ones that the ones that left right didn't left it. They have the control of the way.
Just going to stop us there for a second. So you told us you asked this classic question, kind of getting into whether or not someone knows right from wrong.
Yes.
About the two police officers standing in front of the King Soopers. And Mr. Alyssa tells you, yeah, I would have done it anyways.
Yes.
And he tells you, yep, I would have done it anyways because of the voices.
Yeah.
And he says he would have done it anyways because of the voices, because he just did what they asked.
Yeah.
He tells you that he would have done it anyways because of the voices, because it's why he did the mass shooting. They had control over his mind.
I'm not sure that he actually said they had control over his mind.
You didn't just hear that in the video?
No.
Okay.
I heard him say that that's what the voices wanted, but not that the voices controlled his mind.
Okay. But again, we have the video. The jury will have the video.
Yep.
They can come listen to the video, which is the April 9th, around 30 minutes in, where Mr. Alyssa, according to my read of things, says they had control over his mind. All right. So according to what I heard, Mr. Alyssa had just said it was just the voices. That's why I did the mass shooting. They had control of my mind.
I think during that time interview, you mentioned that the voices didn't have full control over your actions.
I don't say that. I guess I'm not fully understanding here if the voices were just yelling and you couldn't tell what they were saying. How it is that you made the determination that what they wanted was for you to purchase weapons and I was specified who was wanted, just what you would know. And what do you think led you to that assumption? This way coming up in that day, I still don't want to mess you in.
So on direct, you talked about the fact that in most of the evaluations, Mr. Alissa had only mentioned hearing the voices on a weekly basis, maybe bi-weekly. Do you recall that?
Yes,
Here we clearly hear him say day after day.
yes.
Okay,
And,
that,
and it's also clear from the question Dr. Torres asked that I misspoke. And he did in fact say the voices were controlling his mind.
so just moving back a little bit is I had said to you that I heard that Mr. Alissa believed the voices that were screaming in his head were controlling his mind. After getting further context with more video, you agree with that's what he said.
I think that's probably what he did say, yes.
Okay. And we hear in this video that he has these screaming, yelling voices that he believes is controlling his mind. Screaming voices that are controlling his mind day after day is why he committed the mass shooting.
Essentially, yes.
So you told us, going to move off the videos, that you and Dr. Torres ultimately opined that Mr. Alissa was sane at the time he committed the shooting at King Soopers.
Yes.
However, you also wrote in your report that you weren't confident in that opinion.
We were not entirely confident in the opinion. No, that's correct.
And we've talked a lot about some of the difficulties and concerns you had throughout this evaluation with Mr. Alissa.
Yes.
And that a huge part of where this lack of confidence or hesitation in your ultimate opinion came because of Mr. Alissa's inability to give you more information.
Ultimately, yes, that was, as I said earlier, that was a major barrier for us.
I want to talk about some things, though, that you are confident in. And you're confident in your diagnoses that Mr. Alissa suffers from a serious psychotic illness, specifically schizophrenia.
Yeah.
The data supports that Mr. Alissa has had this serious psychotic illness for several years.
Yes.
There is evidence to support that at the time of the shooting, Mr. Alissa was in the throes of a psychotic episode.
He had been in the throes of, well, he'd been experiencing psychosis for some time. Yes.
Before the shooting, but what we care about, because we know what the jury needs to care about, is at the time of the shooting.
Yes.
When the shooting occurred, it's in your expert opinion, he was in the throes of a psychotic episode.
He was experiencing significant symptoms of schizophrenia. Yes.
Well, and in your report, you write specifically that he was in the throes of a psychotic episode.
Is that the phrase that we use? If I can refer to my report.
You can, if I may approach, Your Honor, I'm going to show Dr. Torres, which is page 21 of 22 of the report he wrote.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, you have to get Dr. Torres in here to show him.
Oh, we will, don't worry.
No, you just told me that.
Oh, I'm sorry. All right, Dr. Gray, so I'm showing you, let's just
Yeah.
make sure you agree this is your report.
Yeah.
And I'm going to page 21 of 22.
Right.
Mr.
There it is, okay.
Well, I want to make
Okay.
sure the jury hears it.
Yeah.
Mr. Alissa was in the throes of a psychotic episode around the time of the instant offense.
Yes.
You believe in your expert opinion, it's possible that his thinking was clouded and even confused by psychotic symptoms, including auditorial hallucinations at the time of the shooting.
Yes.
And you also believe in your expert opinion that it was far more likely than not that the shooting would not have occurred but for Mr. Alissa's untreated psychotic illness that he was experiencing at the time.
Yes.
You told us about what you and Dr. Torres took into account to come up with your ultimate opinion. And your opinion of Mr. Alissa's sanity is just that, your opinion.
That's correct.
Okay. And your ultimate opinion is only one data point for the jury to consider when they're considering all of the evidence.
Yes. This is the jury's call.
Exactly, because the ultimate decision of whether or not Mr. Alissa was insane at the time, whether or not he knew right from wrong at the time, is for the jury to decide.
Yes. Yeah.
If I can just have a moment.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you, Dr. Gray. I have no further questions.
Yes,
Judge, realizing that it is a Friday at 5, I'm going to ask for the indulgence of the court and the jury. Dr. Gray has come from hours away, and to bring him back for 15 minutes on Monday,
15 minutes.
I can come in very close to 15.
You want to check with Mr. Dougherty?
Maybe I should ask for 20.
Okay, I'm getting yes, so, yeah, all right.
Dr. Torres, I'm going to start and move backwards from where Miss Harold, or I'm sorry, Miss Harold's calling you Dr. Torres, and now she got me doing it too. I want to start with the classic question that Miss Harold was asking about, the question that you ask of people in performing a sanity evaluation of, would they still have done this if there were police officers in front of the store?
It's called the policeman at the elbow test, and actually I rarely use it.
In this case, you chose to use it.
Yes.
That classic question, how is it complicated when a defendant is willing to kill police officers?
I hadn't really thought of it in those terms, and I mean, the straightforward interpretation would remain pretty much the same, I think, but that would, the fact that a police officer was among the fatalities in this event would maybe cast a shadow on that, so to speak. But diminish the credibility or the validity of that test a bit.
What about, same question with respect to that test, if somebody is planning on dying in a shootout with the police going into the crime they're committing, would that also complicate the use of that traditional question?
It potentially could. I think also potentially what we saw with the fact that Mr. Alissa apparently changed his strategy during the event is the will to live overcoming a a
You're
plan.
object at this point, because I think that's speculative. We don't really know what was going on in the mind of Mr. Ellis at that time and why he surrendered versus dying.
I'm going to follow up and ask him some questions about that in a minute, Judge, so we can hold off on that.
Okay.
You indicated to Ms. Harold that one of the things that the defendant was adamant about was that he had registered for classes at Red Rocks Community College.
Yes.
In response to her questions, you indicated the collateral materials were inconsistent with that. He in fact had not registered for classes.
That was the information we had, yeah.
But the collateral materials did indicate that he had applied at Red Rocks Community College
Yes.
and that he had been accepted at Red Rocks Community College.
Yes, I believe so.
So we're talking about a distinction on whether there was a registration for classes, but he actually had been affiliated with the school he indicated he was.
He had had some contact with them, and we know universities sometimes make mistakes.
At one point in your cross-examination, you said something along the lines of, there was no belief the world would be destroyed if he didn't do this.
Yes,
I want to follow up and ask the question of, Dr. Gray, have you evaluated individuals that were deemed insane?
I have.
Can you give the jury an idea of what those how those individuals present?
Your Honor, I'm going to object invading the province of the jury, 401, 403.
What's your response?
Judge, my response is, it is fair for me to ask about this in response to Ms. Harold's line of questioning on redirect in order to inquire as to what somebody who is insane actually looks like, how they present.
His question's a legal question, though, ultimately for the jury of insanity. I was talking about schizophrenia and symptoms of schizophrenia and what someone with schizophrenia may or may not look like. I wasn't talking about insanity. It was just schizophrenia. This is improper.
Judge, I obviously strongly disagree. I think she did talk about insanity.
I'm going to sustain us to the form of the question. Can you give the jury an idea how those individuals present? I think the doctor has already said in some fashion that people, perhaps the disease manifests itself in very different in each individual. So rephrase the question.
Can you give the jury an idea of what someone who is incapable of distinguishing right from wrong looks like, or how they present?
I'm going to object again.
Sustained.
What is an example of somebody who would be incapable of distinguishing right from wrong?
Objection. There's no relevance to some other person. The question for the jury is whether or not Mr. Alissa could distinguish right from wrong. We've heard lots of
Sustained.
Dr. Gray, in examining the question of whether somebody is capable of distinguishing right from wrong, what would you be looking for when conducting an examination?
We look at a variety of information, including whether the person understands the legality of what they're doing. In some instances, we might get into questions of whether committing a particular act has moral implications, if there are moral issues involved. We're also, of course, looking for any kind of evidence that a mental disease or defect is intruding on the person's ability to make that basic distinction.
So with the example you gave on cross-examination of somebody who believed the world would be destroyed if they didn't take this action, potentially be an individual that was incapable of distinguishing right from wrong?
Yes, and what I was getting at there was someone who had substantially delusional thinking that, that made it critically important for them to commit an act that otherwise might be illegal or might be considered wrong, and so they could weigh that, so to speak.
A delusion such as King Soopers had been overtaken by aliens, and in order to save the world, he had to enter the store and take lives.
Object to leading 401.
Overruled.
That would be, if we had something like that, yes, that would be an example.
There was a line of questioning that Ms. Harold had about the fact that his plan was to die going into this, so he didn't go to jail. But ultimately, he stripped down and surrendered and followed commands. You said he changed his mind in response to that question, correct?
Yes, apparently he did.
And Ms. Harold followed up with, the voices in his head may have told him to surrender or something along those lines. And your response was, you can't rule that out. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes, I do. And no, I can't rule that out. But I also have, he gave us nothing to indicate that that in fact is what led him to change his plan.
In order to establish that that happened, you would, in order to say that the voices in his head told him to change his decision and surrender, you would have to speculate as to what happened.
Yes.
You would have to imagine facts that do not exist in this case.
It would involve making some assumptions about what he was thinking and how he was making these determinations without any evidence to support them.
Ms. Harold asked you about the fact that he was wearing a black sweatshirt during all of your interviews. What do they provide for clothing at the state hospital?
I'm not entirely sure, and in honesty, I'm not entirely sure that it was necessarily the same shirt. I don't know.
Typically, people at the state hospital provided with their clothing.
It depends on what treatment unit they're on. I believe that on the treatment unit where he was being housed, that patients are allowed to keep their own clothing or to use their own clothing. If they don't have adequate clothing, then they'll find clothing items for them.
So the answer is you don't really know about his clothing situation while residing at the state hospital?
Correct.
On direct examination, you indicated that schizophrenia does not make someone insane. On cross-examination, Ms. Harold indicated that, and you agreed, that the defendant has severe schizophrenia.
Yes.
Does severe schizophrenia make somebody insane?
No, not per se.
Ms. Harold talked for quite a while about the fact that the defendant was reluctant to participate, refused to talk about a number of topics, both inculpatory and exculpatory, or things that would help him during the evaluation or during the interviews. You recall that line of questioning?
Do.
On direct examination, we talked about the fact that there were notations that you reviewed in the medical files, correct?
Yes.
On December 16th of 2021, which would have been in conjunction with what is described as the biopsychosocial assessment. Are you familiar with that term?
Yes.
Is that part of the intake process when somebody first arrives at the hospital?
Yes, it's a standard evaluation that's conducted on, or is supposed to be conducted on anyone who comes into the hospital.
And during that initial assessment, the notes that you reviewed indicated patient participated in the assessment but was very guarded. He answered briefly and frequently stated, "I don't know," or "I don't want to answer at this time." That's in quotes. And then also in quotes, it indicates he had also told staff, quote, "Attorney said not to answer questions." You recall reviewing that in his medical records?
I don't recall that specifically, but that sounds quite reasonable.
Just for clarification, when was the date of that?
December 16th, 2021 at 2:14 PM Mountain Standard Time.
Thank you.
But you wouldn't disagree with me that the medical records indicate that there are references to him telling medical professionals when arriving at the state hospital, his attorneys had told him not to answer questions.
No, I would not disagree.
Along those same lines, with respect to his reluctance or refusal to participate, does every defendant that you've evaluated for sanity agree with an NGRI plea?
No.
Ms. Harold asked about the fact that this is an evaluation involving a defendant with a serious mental illness. What is the status of the vast majority of people that you conduct sanity evaluations on with respect to their mental illness?
Most of the, well, a substantial proportion of the people that we see for sanity evaluations do have some kind of serious mental illness. There's another group that don't have a serious mental illness but want us to think they do.
And we're not putting Mr. Alissa in that group.
Absolutely not.
He goes in the majority of individuals that get sanity evaluations that actually have a serious mental illness.
Yeah.
But again, serious mental illness does not mean insane.
Correct.
Ms. Harold talked about the fact that this is a defendant that you're conducting a sanity evaluation on that is medicated, and talked extensively about Clozaril being a antipsychotic of last resort.
Yes.
Are a significant number of the individuals that you evaluate for sanity medicated?
A large proportion of them are, yes. Well, at least of the group that are genuinely ill.
Again, limiting it to that non-feigning
Right.
group.
Yeah.
So again, what evidence was there in this case that the defendant was incapable of distinguishing right from wrong?
We found no definitive evidence to support that conclusion.
Same question. What evidence was there indicating he was incapable of forming a culpable mental state?
Again, we found no definitive evidence to indicate that he lacked that ability.
When you say you found no definitive evidence, you would have to speculate or invent facts in order to support the defendant being insane.
Sorry,
Insane.
I would modify that just a bit. I would say we would have needed more information to be able to reach a conclusion that he was incapable of distinguishing right from wrong.
Or incapable of forming the culpable mental state?
Yes. I think reaching an inability to form culpable mental state would be a greater stretch. That would be more difficult.
But again, on both of those, no evidence was found to support the defendant being insane.
Nothing definitive, no.
Judge, I don't have any further questions for Dr. Gray.
All right, thank you. So we will break for the evening. I want to remind you that until, excuse me, the trial is completed, do not discuss the case with anyone by any means. If anyone tries to discuss it with you, tell them to stop and let me know about it as soon as you can. Don't read or listen to anything. You got a weekend coming up. Be very mindful and cautious, please, on these weekends. And do not form an opinion or express any opinion until the case is submitted to you. Thank you so much. Have a good weekend. Go Rams.